right, we are underway. Let us go here. Welcome in, everybody. Happy, what the hell is today, Thursday. We're in something we haven't been in a long time, and that is horizontal mode. I think we're going to give this an experiment tonight. If you enjoy it, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. It is very appreciated. It is time to get a cup of coffee. It's been delightful weather. I keep forgetting we got Flag Boy up here. Happy Thursday, Pink. Happy Thursday. We got to get past Flag Boy. They've been working on this for a while. What's going on, Naomi? We're in horizontal mode today. If you like it, thumbs up it. The live started like a premiere. Holy shit, Ronnie. How in the hell did I do that, man? That is absolutely crazy. I didn't even know you could do that on lives. I didn't think live started like premieres. It's been beautiful. The weather's been spectacular. I'm really struggling with my injury today. I'm really surprised that I'm still dealing with all this stuff, guys. Please take a moment to hit the like button. It's going to take a while to get readjusted to the horizontal mode. The real downside to the horizontal mode is that I can only see 2 or 3 lines at the most of text. Thank you, Pink. Whoa, that's great. Go flying up to the flag man like you're doing 80 miles an hour. You got the biggest dopes. Hey, Bobby, good to see you. What's going on? Oh, it's going to take a while to get used to the live screen. Now, just as a heads up, when I'm on the road or I'm doing Vegas, they're going to definitely be in vertical mode. They're not going to be in horizontal mode. So this is kind of an experiment right now to see, because the YouTube algorithm is so messed up right now, it doesn't even matter what the hell you do. They're being so buried in AI slop that the algorithm is so goofed up right now because of AI. It's beyond belief. Oh wow, you were down and out with well, how are you doing now? Hey doctor, how are you? Yeah, I wouldn't call it siestas. It's survival mode with this injury I had. I had much more fallout from the injury than I ever imagined. I've had pain around the back, which was sort of unexpected. Come on, dude, are you coming out or not? Well, it's good to see you, Bobby. I haven't seen you in a hell of a long time, man. It is righteous to see you here. Okay, let's get a cup of coffee. Welcome in, guys. Let's see if we can get the phone out of the sun. All right, there we go. We hit the bollard there. All right, let me get a coffee here and we'll be underway. Let me also make sure I'm charging, which is good. Okay guys, we dropped a little bit of money on scratchers here, so we got $20 for scratchers today. Please hit the thumbs up. It is appreciated. That's right, Elmer, the $59 big gulp. How do you like it now, man? How do you like America now? All right, let's get rolling. Boy, I'm so not used to having the wide screen. We're doing a little bit experimenting now. As long as the YouTube algorithm is so effed up. Ooh. Lady just walks right across. Yeah, desperate times call for desperate members. I'm just going to have to be exceedingly cautious. The thing is, if you limit your time to high tide, come on, dude. Holy smokes. Oh, what's going on, Johnny? If you limit your time to high tide, then you don't have to really worry about the rocks. You can just reel stuff right up. But otherwise, I'm not going to be gun shy about going down the hill. I'm just going to be a hell of a lot more careful about how I go down. I mean, I went down very, 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 very cavalierly. No, I was not tipsy. It was like 8 o'clock in the morning. I hadn't had anything to drink at all. I'm not a day drinker. I just cannot ever envision myself drinking during daytime. I can go for weeks on time without ever thinking about alcohol. So I know I'm not an alcoholic. But when I do decide to drink, I enjoy drinking. But I don't drink in the morning, and I don't think, trust me, you can see the videos of the fishing, charter boat fishing. I went out with guys that would be popping beers on the back deck at 4:45 a.m. Now, I didn't know if they were continuing from their night party or whether they were just starting in fresh the next day. I had no idea whatsoever. But those guys, by 9 o'clock in the morning, they would be toasted out there. They'd feel like shit, sit down again, then break out another 6-pack and start in on the return trip. Could I do that in the morning? No. No. But there's some of these people that maybe they get a chance to go out once a year. And they want to make the most of it. They want to make it a party thing. And you know what? The captain doesn't give a shit as long as you're not dropping your pants on board or you're not causing fights and shit. They don't care what you do. They're all pretty cool about it. Yeah, how you doing, Ponji? Everything is rolling the dice. You know, this Amazon truck could suddenly accelerate and just take me out. Shit happens. There's all kinds of freak accidents. Anyway, I'm glad to be here with you today. So please take a second as we kick off to hit the like button. You know what? I'll tell you what was great about that day and what really sucked about that day. What was great about that day was that was the first time I'd been crabbing in probably 6-7 weeks. That was glorious to be at that morning. You know what was bad about it? That effing seaweed and that sea lettuce that got caught all in my snare. You knew right then and there that morning it was going to be impossible to grab. And I went down there to clear that and, you know, to get my thing out of the rocks, and boom, that was it. That was all she wrote, boys. I'm doing a belly flop from 10 feet. Instead of landing on water, I'm landing on a pile of boulders and rocks. Did I learn a lesson? Yeah, don't trust anything that appears to be good, stable, solid. Don't trust it. Make damn sure that footing. That's the big takeaway. Yeah, the seaweed was so heavy wrapped around the snare because we have had these super high tides that they're so strong the current they rip up the seagrass on the bottom of the bay and stuff and out in the ocean, and that seagrass starts to float and get carried under the surface. And it's going to wrap around any line that's in the water, and it's going to wrap around the gear. So you have to go like a week or two after the high tide, after the full moon, so you miss that. You always got to worry when you pull up to a site and nobody else is there. That's a warning that you're probably not crab fishing at a good time. It's not to say that you might not get lucky, you might not score, but the bottom line is it's going to be a problema. So we don't have many days left. The days are getting down few, and to tell you the truth, I don't know if I have the wherewithal to be mucking with casting and pulling in right now. I don't know. I got serious doubts. I might just have to cool myself off until red rock season is year round and just be satisfied with that. I don't know. We're going to try to get this thing adjusted a little bit today, so bear with me, guys. Please hit the thumbs up button, share it out if you like. I hope everybody's having a good day. Having a pretty good day. It's terrible last night because I don't know. Is there any way allow your? Yeah, I think I'm going to have to. Hi, Mystery. How are you? All right, there we go. Let me see what I can do here. I'm going to try. Flip this thing around. Let's see if we can. This thing's been up here forever. Let me see if I can put this on this side. Get it high. Yeah. And then flip that around that way. There. How is that? Is that pretty good? Now I'm doing a little test here because I want to see what's going on in horizontal. The YouTube algorithm is so messed up. so choked with AI, artificial intelligence generated content that regular creators are being buried underneath of the slop right now. So I decided, you know, to do a little experimenting between the horizontal and the vertical mode here. So I think we're going to really test that out. We're going to go out to Sebastopol, and then this weekend I'm harvesting peaches off of the tree, and we're going to make a peach cobbler, and we're going to cut up, and we're going to, I've decided to freeze the peaches instead of canning them. Yeah, it's gonna. I have a good bit of peaches on the tree, and it's a really nice flavor peach too. It's July Alberta. It's like a flagship variety. Joni, I've already camped in this thing a lot of times, so I've got, can keep my camp stove, my gear underneath, everything I need. I mean, remember, I went all across boondocking up to all across the country and back again with you know, with Marshall. Now on the mobile app, YouTube has pop-up ads that can, I don't know what it is, you know, Dr. Frankenstein. I did a video about greed the other day. Greed kills everything in the end. There's no escaping it. Nobody's ever content, and no place is this ever more true than in finance. Nobody's ever content with the status quo. It's, you know, Joni, it's, do I wish I had your truck camper? Hell yeah. Would I ever put a truck camper on the Nissan truck? It's not cut out for it. You've got an ideal setup. You got a V8. You got a V8 truck. You've got a nice solid camper that you worked on. The plus side of this is that it's very easy to boondock in this. Meaning, if you don't know what boondock means, that means to park on the streets and sleep, or, you know, in shopping centers or whatever. I put up the black screen here, pulled down the thing in the back. Nobody knows anything. It's nobody knows a damn thing. They just think that you're a work van. And it's really, really super nice. And then if you combine that with the Planet Fitness membership, it's great. You get cleaned up in the morning, get your shower, get all set, cleaned up good, do your laundry once in a while. You got good, powerful Wi-Fi. It's a great way to travel. I'm trying to put together some national faith tour, going around all around the country looking at everything from miracles to spiritual swamis and things. I think it would be a fascinating thing. Your contract, yeah, they always the contractor. Oh, Pink Peony, I love you. You just don't make me laugh, all right? I don't like my side. I love the way you remember shit. Yes, you just leave the contractor board with some random receipt on the front dashboard in the window, and you know, I mean, I've parked in Pacific Beach in San Diego. Nobody bothered me. And that's prime parking. Their cops are always looking out for people that are doing shit in cars and vans and campers. You can't take a Class A motorhome there and just park on the street. They want you in those $200 a night, $500 a night hotel rooms, or those $150 to $200 a night RV spots. Honest to God, look around. How many RVs do you see around these days? Hey, Trog. Yeah, I'm on widescreen today. We're doing a little experiments. Always like to see the truck. Hey, that's Trina. Tina, how are you, honey? Sorry, I thought it was Trog. How you doing, Tina? It's good to see you. We're on a widescreen today. You've got widescreen Roosevelt on the screen if you can stand it here. I cut over to this mode. The only time I'm going to be on vertical mode, I'll be experimenting a little bit, but generally if I'm in Vegas or something like that, you're more apt to be picked up in the algorithm than just sitting here. What did you do if you, what do you do if you meet a senorita? Do you mean like, or, pardon me. I'm not really trying. What I'm all about is friendship. I'm at the age I don't want to have a romantic relationship or anything. I got my family, I got the Lord, and that's plenty for me. I don't know. I find every time that I have a love interest, something might always happen, and don't draw any conclusions from that because Missy Jen and I still communicate every single day. But when you have friends, you never really lose friends. They're always there, no matter where you go to. You can piss them off, they're still around. They piss you off, they're still around. It's nice. I think every human being only has a certain amount of give to them. Right? A certain amount of romance in the tank, and then once that's kind of sputtering at the bottom of the tank. But I do enjoy meeting people. I enjoy meeting people very much. Man, it has been cool this whole month. I mean, COOL. But, what's going on? What's going on, Jay? But, meeting people like Judy and Tara and spending time and Mr. Z and Monkey Boy and Mary Ellen and Sam. It's, just think of, you get together when you want, you split, you go your separate ways, and there's no ties that bind. I've never missed a day, being in touch with Missy Jen. Tara will be on the Rancho just as we kick off the fundraiser for November. And I think we're going to try to hit the same goal as last year, which was like $13,000 or something like that. Sounds like a lot, but we got all month, to make that happen. So Tara will be coming up November 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. How you doing, Trixie? Nice to see you. Oh, wow. Elmer's like dropping the heat bombs of crazy ass heat in Europe there. I'm not sure what she's doing in the way of tractors. I don't know. That's a good question. I really don't have any idea. She does drive real tractors. She can drive a combine, she can drive a tractor, any piece of farm equipment, a seed drill, a harrower. She doesn't know about construction equipment and all that. Any chance before I want to buy one for my, I've been showing her videos. Here's the way things stand at the current time. In May, I put out 18 query letters, Query, query letters, which means to agents, which means, are you interested in representing this book? Now, let's not fool ourselves. You know, it's the same in movies. The big enemy of new people, unpublished authors, is something called RISK, risk. Right. With the state of money these days and the demands on publishing, plus factoring in that a lot of people self-publish these days, traditional publishers see their margin of error as very small. So they engage in the same thing that movie executives do. You go to pitch a movie idea to exec there, get the hell out of the studio. You know, call security, get this guy off the lot here. You know, you want to write something about superheroes or Saw 18 where somebody gets their head cut off and then sewed back on again, yeah, come back and talk to us. So of 18 queries that are out, I've had 4 that have said no. And 4 have said it's because we're not taking on new people. Instead of going for width, we're going for depth with the people in our stable. You know, we're going to concentrate our efforts on working with them and representing them to the best of our ability. That's fine. You know, no hard feelings here. You know, Stephen King was rejected, I don't know what, 11 times? Yeah, Spielberg, get at you, bub. So what I decided to do, since you asked, Tina, is I am going to wait till mid-July. And at mid-July, because some of these places tell you it could take up to 3 months, some even 6 months to hear back. In mid-July, I'm going to start taking steps towards self-publishing. Now, what do I need to accomplish that? I've already got the manuscript in standard manuscript form. All properly footnotes are all endnote citations for every chapter are perfect. But every platform you publish to, KDP Books, Spark, Ingram, all these different distribution platforms, each one of them has an alignment, a layout process that has to conform to the standard. When you're reading a Kindle or something like that, you're not seeing line between pages. You're seeing continuous flow of story. Well, a standard manuscript has pages you turn. So, you know, there's engineering issues that have to be done there. Now you could say, okay, well, you could generate an AI cover, but the problem is AI can't be copyrighted. Only things that come from the hand of humans can be copyrighted. I already have the copyrights on my book, so I already got that. So I have a conceptual idea for the cover that's fantastic. I mean, it's a grabber of a cover. You know, some people might say it's kind of shocking, but it'll get your attention. But you need to take that digital image and you need to take it to a artist, for fee artist. He generates the work. He doesn't take the copyright. You have the copyright. You're just paying him for his artistic skill. And then that is part of the copyrighted book. So if I choose to pursue that in mid-July, we're looking at September 1st or 2nd, which is actually the best time to pop a book in for self-publishing, which means, I don't know, the last 2 weeks of August, there would be what's called the pre-sale period. You'd see the blurb, you'd see the title of the book, it would tell you what it's about, and then you just sign up if you want to pre-order or whatever. So I will take people through that process as it comes. One of the biggest challenges too in trying to get representation is if you're older, Well, one of them said to me, shit, you could be dead in 10 years. We want to work with people that are going to be around for 20, 30 years. Pardon me. Pardon me for living. Didn't mean to offend anybody there. There's an age bias there for it. And number two, they want to know that you have something else in the pipeline. That you have something else, that you're a person that's serious about the craft, that you have something to say and you're going to say something else. In other words, they want you to also have, hey boy blue, they also, if AI could slip in a little water, well, I don't know, Ronnie, I mean, why take the chance? I've already have the initial copyright on the book. The revised edition is copyrighted effective June 1st. It's not that big deal to do copyright. Yeah, thank you, the other 40 years. But the point is, you can't rush shit in. It's, you got to make sure it looks good, it's attractive, what it covers is fantastic, it's nonfiction. It has 100 citations that prove everything that's discussed in the book. It's not released. So because you should have something in the pipeline, I dropped back and I started to write a memoir about my whole experience, the arc of my life, from class clown to wanting to have the show, be the show, and transition, and then detransition. So that's incredibly easy to write. Incredibly easy to write, because the one thing that I have that's indisputably, undeniably great is I have an outstanding memory for the finest details of life since I was 3 years old going onward. I can see exactly, it's a nonfiction book. It could be considered, it's general, but it's like Christian crossover to, it's cultural stuff. It's civilization. It's on a civilizational scale. And it's just not guessing and conjecture about why things are the way they are. It comes out with proof that's never been seen before and tied into it. So to come away when you're done reading it is, shit, that explains a lot. So I am 90% of the way already done writing a memoir. Breeze. But if you think writing is the be-all and end-all, no. That first book I wrote took 3 months to write. It took 3.25 years to edit. I would hope that you would argue with it, but you cannot argue with statistical facts. Facts speak. Charts speak. Graphs speak. It's hard to argue with that. It's not hard to argue with somebody, oh, I think it's this or I think it's that. And I say, here, look at this. Did you ever see this? Ooh. It's like Melody said the other day when I explained this and she was in. She's like, it sounds, and I was telling her about, well, I sure as hell respect you too, Blue. Like I said, some people may be offended. A lot of people will be delighted. But it'll be talked about. There's no doubt in the world about it. And there's no downside really for self-publishing. It's almost on an equal plane with traditional publishing now. Because Amazon controls so much of the distribution these days. The Kindles, online. So what I still need to do is get somebody to voice Yeah, it's going to be about, it'll be 8 to 10 hours for an audiobook. That's another big question. Who do you pick? What kind of voice? You want Jeremy Irons? You want a woman to read it? You want an English accent? You want somebody like hacked up like Elmer to read it? I mean, you got to decide what the hell you want. That's the thing about self-publishing, is you have to make all the decisions. But whereas traditional publishing, now I'm not I'm not money driven, but I tell you, traditional publishing, you're lucky if you make 10% of a book. If it sells for $29, you'll be lucky to get $3 as an author. There's a lot of mouths to be fed along the way. If you self-publish, you're looking at 60 to 70% retention of that. In English male reading. There's a thing, you got to listen to them. You have to audition people. You have to put something out. There's places that you put stuff into that people come back to you and say, here's a sample of what I can do. You send them 3 pages of the book, they read it, how's that sound? Thanks, I don't think it's quite what I'm looking for the project. No problem. In other words, there's a ton of voice artists out there that have professional studio setups. You're not going to hear the ambulance flying up and down the street, although that would be perfect if I voiced it myself. Woo! What is the ebook will get the gender and the accent? That's a very good idea, Pink. I would suspect that you can. But the copy, I don't know whether it'll be a rendered version that you choose or you just kind of take it or leave it. But it's not like anybody can pick it up and just get on YouTube and read it and monetize it or do anything with it. It's all heavily copyrighted, stuff. And let's face it, audiobooks are very popular. I'd love to be going down the highway driving 9.5 hours to Vegas. I just pop on a audiobook. It just seems futuristic, and it's like, I don't know, over half of shit now goes in audiobooks. It's a very convenient way to utilize your time. So if that comes, they're wonderful. And most people are going to buy an audiobook. They're going to put it in the car on the way to commute. I'll listen to a couple chapters on the way in. Catch a few on the way out. It's perfect. A male Southern or English accent. There's something very authoritative about an English accent. When it comes to voicing in English, I suppose AI could, you could voice, some people voice author their own stuff. Because some voice artists are so good, they say, no, unless I get 50% of the take, I'm not doing it. Well, pardon me, bro, I put 3.5 years in, you put 10 hours in. Okay, that's fair. It's not that I'm trying to be cheap. I'm just saying, like, really? That's good. I switch accents depending on my mood. It was a cold and dark day down there in the Louisiana swamps. I seen that alligator poking its head up out of the bayou, and I thought to myself, man, wouldn't that taste good on the dinner table tonight? I'm not William Faulkner, okay? The sound and the fury of the South. What's going on, yeah, man? My work wants me to travel this holiday weekend. I'm like, no. I think if you travel on a holiday weekend, there should be some compensation. Binions wants me to come visit. Oh, that'd be cool. Let me know when you're down there. And I wouldn't recommend summer. I don't know if you're really used to heat. Yeah, man, I know it gets hot in Detroit, bro, but there's like, unless you're a real heat savage like I am, you don't want to do that shit in summertime. Anyway, there's a lot of things. There's you got the audio book, you got the cover, you got the paperback, you got the hardback. Oh no, you and me both, bro. I fell off of 10 feet onto a pile of rocks on my ribs, man. I'm still shanking through that. I'm like, let me understand the problem first. Yes. Now, some people hire a company that just turnkeys the whole thing. Here you go. We'll put it here, 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 here. We'll get the voice artist. We'll get a voice you like. Yeah, we'll get you in. We'll sit you. They do the whole process. Now, that might be a good thing to do. Because you might think that you're saving money, but at the end of the day, you're also declining expertise. It's like a plumber goes and lays under your kitchen. You're like, oh, bro, let me pull you out. Whoa, I'll just stand by in case. In case I muck it up, dude, you're still here. Right. There's something to be said for people that do this all the time. That just turnkey the whole deal and say, you got a great book. The risk is your layout's wrong for these people do everything precisely. Get the artist, how you doing, Judy? They get the artist to render your AI version into what you want. It's a copyrightable thing. Because if you do something and generate something with AI and it's a piece of art, there's telltale traces that it's AI on it. And if somebody perceives that you're selling a shitload of this image, they just go copy the image and that's it. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. Machine created things do not get copyrights. They'd be like, get here now. I'm like, what's the problem? Yeah, more likes, please. We're on a wide screen. Did you see today, Judy? We're doing a little experimenting. So it's a fun process. Now, what I was saying is the other day I was talking about a memoir, which is not an autobiography. Autobiographies, I was born a poor black child on a back street in Baltimore, and all that. That's an autobiography. And nobody wants to read about the Roosevelt's life unless there's a specific theme throughout that life, unless there's some arc that follows through. You have to tell without telling. You have to show, don't tell. Yeah, but that's a good point. You don't want to be inefficient. The older I get, yeah, I'm in panoramic. It's boy blue. Yes, I don't want to be inefficient. The older I get, the more I realize there's people that do things a hell of a lot better than I do. Now, do I want to go up the learning curve and try to duplicate them? Well, I probably could. But do you take something that you work 3.5 years on and, yeah, I'll just wing it. So the follow-on is what's basically 90% written, the memoir now. We've already hit the peak of the arc and we're coming down towards the finish. And Melody's like, oh, that sounds more interesting than the other book. Yeah, of course it is. There's a lot of heart rendering. There's a lot of heart rending shit in it, man. The life arc is pretty wild. When you think you're born and raised in Baltimore, I mean, you got a hell of a backdrop, splash of colorful palette to work with right there. You know, goof in the city. I want to support company that I know better. Well, you're gifted, I'm not. So that's where I stand right now. Please hit the thumbs up, everybody. Yeah, we're trying to widescreen. We're going to vary things up. There wasn't even anybody really even noticed too much today. But it seems to me when the algorithm is so chewed up with the AI content now, it'll be a lot different than the metal detecting. But you know, the metal detecting book has exceeded my expectations. I wrote that in what, 4 hours in May of 2021. If you've got something to say, write a book. Because 2, 3, 4, 5 times a month I get these little money drops into my bank account. A little bird due of royalties drops in. Bing, bing. No, you don't double tap the screen on here. I mean, writing is the gift, especially if you self-publish. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Okay? I don't do, yeah, it was 4 hours, Trixie. I write fast. I don't sit there writer's block. It was a cold and dreary day in London town. Okay, well, then what? It's holiday weekend and now it's end of the world shit. What the hell with that? What are we talking about, Blue? What are you on? What are you talking about? It's end of the world shit. I mean, what are you talking about? That's the end of the world, bro. So if you've got a skill, you have an ability, or you have a story to tell, tell it. We have the 4th of July coming up. It's not this weekend. Well, it's not this weekend, Blue. This weekend is not the 4th of July. Today's the 25th. You got 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4. You got like 10 days. She would like to, I don't know, what the hell program is Elmer running? Please hit the thumbs up, guys. Yeah. So you read a memoir for enjoyment and to come away thinking to yourself, gee, I'm glad I wasn't this guy. Or that really left an impact on me. You read a nonfiction to learn something and to, you know, in an entertaining way. And that's the bottom line. I'm already on holiday. Throw 40K if you need me. Well, it's a lot of money, man. 40,000. What kind of work do you do? It's just for interest sake. I mean, nobody's going to know who the hell you are. What field are you in? Yeah, the likes are appreciated. We seem to be stalled at 29. You know, YouTube does no discovery on horizontal forms, but I figured what the hell, it doesn't matter anyway these days. So we'll be looking at going to Vegas. I don't know. I might be in LA over the holiday. I haven't decided yet. And then on to Vegas. Thank you, Miss Tree. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you very much, guys. So there's a lot going on. So I guess I'm asking for some advice too. I've got smart people. I got Blue in here, other people that are pretty accomplished people. You decide whether to leave it to the professionals. Spend a little money because that could be the wisest investment that you ever make. But I don't have to make that decision until mid-July. That's the good news. I still have, well, basically almost a month, which I'm very satisfied with. And I already have another idea to write about that, something that happened on the eastern shore of Maryland in the 1930s. It's never really been told before. Well, it's still nice to see those old VW bugs around, I'll tell you. It's kind of cool. The last cell phone I read Ghost Ship Fire I couldn't find anywhere. I had to buy online. That is a problem with shelf. Yeah, well, just remember, something like 80% of the books sold now are sold through online. There's only really one retailer that's still standing, and that's Barnes and Noble, because they had to pivot and change and do a couple. You had to go through some conniptions to survive. One thing they had to do was push back on the publishers and get buyback contracts. If the books didn't sell, the publisher had to take them back and credit the money that was spent on it and things. So it changed the operation. You're going to survive your move, and you're going to thrive out there. Some bozo, idiot, want to create issues. Yeah, I hear you. These are tough times too, Blue, because there's a lot of pressure in the industry. There's a lot of change happening very rapidly. Most people are purchasing e-books, audiobooks, because instead of schlepping a library book around, they just take their pad with them, or they have their phone or whatever, and they can just read or have it voiced to them. So, how many people really go to a bookstore? Not too many. And then when you go in a bookstore and you look around, there's a lot of, fantasy, self-help, gaming, and you'll notice the intellectual pursuits become smaller. Pure philosophy, educational books. So, theoretically, you can make, if you've a mind to, and I don't have that kind of mind, if you've a mind to, you can make more money self-publishing than you ever can through traditional. We go to bookstores, they only ever buy for holiday presents. Hey, Milkman, yeah, it's a present thing. Sometimes I just like the idea, like the Rancho is just a mess inside the house. It's just a mess because it was never functionally, it's a small space. But it's kind of cool. But sometimes you just want to have a coffee table there, and you want to look down and just see a beautiful picture book on that coffee table. You know, what you call a coffee table book. Something that people are hanging out, look at that, read, oh wow, that's beautiful. There's the Amalfi Coast in Greece. Oh, that's beautiful. The whitewashed buildings with the blue roofs. Oh yeah. Right. It's gone good, Milkman. I feel like I've had a little bit of backing and forth with my recovery, but thank you. Amazon eliminates middlemen. But see, you got to be smart. If you say, Rosie, you should just do Amazon for your, if you self-publish, do it on Amazon. I did that with my metal detecting book. I don't have any complaints. But it's saying, if you don't have your own identifier number, what they call the ISBN number, which catalogs and indexes your particular work as yours only, and this is unique number that identifies your work, Amazon will get one for you. And then you say, well, a year later you said, wow, they're really selling that book great in Amazon, but I want to see it over in Barnes and Noble on the shelf. So you go into Barnes and Noble, I wrote a great book about this, that, and yeah, you wouldn't believe what my grandpa did in the hills of Kentucky. Some bitch had to write it. Whoa, whoa. Is this published? Yeah, I self-published. Where'd you publish? I published it on Amazon. Do you have the ISB number, or did they buy it for you? Oh, I don't know. I uploaded. They took care of all that. Well, get the hell out of the store. We're not handling anything that has a number that's specific to Amazon's distribution. Sorry. So in other words, there's a lot of ways you could cut off your balls here and not even know it. You've cut yourself out of worldwide distribution. You've cut yourself out of every bookstore, every library. Right, that's it. You go in the library, you mention the word Amazon, everybody falls out of their seat. One falls this way, one falls backwards. You might as well have just cut a big fart standing in front of them. ISBN, Elmer. International something. It's the international agreement. This is how we number books. Like my metal detecting book has an ISBN number, and it has a Library of Congress number on it. It's nothing to brag about. It's automatic. It doesn't mean anything. It's like a birth certificate. Who shows up there? I got a birth date. How about you? Yeah, I got one too. These are the things you really got to know with your eyes wide open. So you have to learn a lot. And then you learn so much you think to yourself, this sounds rare. This sounds very easy to mess up. One wrong button pushed. One wrong switch toggled. And you never get a chance to do it over. That's why a big issue, I weigh off whether to just let somebody turnkey it, pay them for their skill set, be absolutely assured it's going to be done correctly. So you can never come back to yourself and say, if I didn't have done that, if I hadn't have done that or done that, I probably would have done better. You know, in other words, when you get to a certain age, I don't know, Judy and I are the same age, quite a few as other people are, you start to realize your own limitations in life. You don't have any ego. You just say, if somebody can do something better than I can, it's probably worth it if I can afford it to get that person to do it. Release the gore. Blue, don't make me laugh. Here you're flying off for all kinds of major, big-time engineering chip problems, and I'm talking about a goofy book. It hardly seems fair, does it? It's such an unjust world. So, well, anything. I don't have a dull life. Now this weekend, just to give you a heads up, we're going to be picking some peaches. I'm going to be cutting the peaches and freezing them. I've got freezer space to be able to do that. I think I'd prefer to do that over canning them. I haven't quite decided yet. Canning, you got to use a lot of sugar and a lot of other. I'm not nutty about that. But we're going to make a peach cobbler, and that is going to be fantastic. And I hope I'll be able to take quite a few peaches down south with me and distribute them to. I don't think they'll make them to St. Joseph's, but it might help out down in the LA area. I don't know. So yes, International Standard Book Number, ISBN number. So you really got to know all of this stuff, and then people, like a memoir, somebody comes along and is like, who owns the rights to this memoir? Well, I don't know. I uploaded it to Amazon. But I guess you could talk to me about if you want to make my memoir into a movie. I guess you talked to me and they said, no, I guess not, dude, because you just signed all your rights over to Amazon. Thanks. We'll see you later. As the Hawaiians say, be akamai. Be smart. There's predators out there that are very good at opportunistically snatching shit out of the internet sphere. Always big fan, not always doing the commentary. Thank you, boy. I'm feeling pretty good financially right now. Hey, how you doing, Jennifer? It's you'll think that you think you're over the hill one day, Jennifer, and the next day you're like, what the hell happened? So it's like this, but we're moving. Thank you, babe. Thank you. Boy Blue, if we agreed on everything, it would be boring as hell. I love debate. I love arguing. I like argumentation. I like logical, not just screaming and hollering stuff. I like people that can trace out conclusions and inductively reason and try to figure out what might happen. That's great stuff. But that's what makes the world go round. If you're just coming in, if you have not liked up the stream, please take a second to do so. We don't have any channel memberships, Patreons, GoFundMes. We only do one fundraiser a year. There's a link up there to St. Joe's if you want to help out on their food list. I will make one pitch mid-year coming up, but most of the effort, 90%, 95% is put on that November fundraiser. Well, thank you, Milkman. I'm honored to have you in this stream. I feel like I have a connection with everybody that comes in. But people come in for different purposes and some people want companionship. They want to go to a place where they're not included. Bertinelli, she probably has connections. You won't regret it. What do we include Bertinelli? What are we talking about? Look, if I could connect with Valerie Bertinelli, I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? Which, are we talking about Valerie Bertinelli or my little dream honey from the 70s and 80s? I mean, what are we talking about here? Debate, that's it, Elmer. Debate. I like the place. Some people come here to just for companionship. Some people come here because they know everybody that's in the chat, and it's a nice place for people to be. Some people come sometimes for specific insights, my insights on certain things. And when we have back and forth in those things, that's a beautiful thing. Everybody benefits from discourse and exchange of ideas. And yeah, sometimes it might get a little heated. So what? We're not snowflakes. You know, I see Angus kisses. I suspect she just enjoys the company of people and being amongst people that, you know, that care about her well-being and enjoy her presence. And oh, we all want to connect with Valerie. Oh, that's funny. What did she say when she was complaining? What did she have, a boob job that went bad or something? I don't know what the hell it was. She was talking about something. I don't know. Sometimes you just ought to not mess with stuff, and I'm one to talk, right? But I'm just saying, she seemed to be highly distressed about. I mean, it's really, sometimes it's painful for me to see people that get chewed up in the poplosphere, you know, the popular press and stuff, or getting a little older, a little, so what? You know, and it's, I don't know. There's a beauty in human beings that in life you either see it or you don't. You either see the totality of the person, or you're just fixated on some aspect of it being. But it's, you know, we're a very youth-driven culture. You know, and that's not going to change it's not going to change in probably 100 lifetimes. It's going to be that way, and that's fine. Every dog has its day, right? You put the old sea dog out. Please hit the like button, guys. This thing looks worse than it is because it was really kind of just surface. Just took a top bit off there. That was it. So it's interesting. Life is good. Life is good. I feel a big journey coming up. I feel a really big journey coming up. And I think that journey is going to take place after the fundraiser in November. I don't know. I feel like that might be the time. Maybe we fight the elements a little bit out there too. By that time, I might have somebody reasonable that's on the Rancho, you know, to keep an eye on stuff. Somebody's got some nice tunes on today. That's a rarity over here. How's that guy eating? Ice cream? Man, there's just so many people around now that slip through the cracks around here. It's mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. So that's kind of an update. It turns out that big plant that I have growing across the back deck, it must be a pumpkin because I already got something this big that's growing on the vine. I don't know where the hell I threw a pumpkin seed over there or whatever. But now I think I got the pumpkin covered off for fall, and that's kind of interesting. I never saw a plant get so big in my life so fast. I mean, the thing, it seems like it moves a foot and a half. It grows out every day. Shit, I might have enough pumpkins to set up a stand on the front street. I don't know. But that's kind of cool. Sometimes you get unexpected. But man, the real beauty is I got lots and lots of tomatoes. Trump addresses the political debate. You know what, Elmer? People are tired, bro. People are burned out. It's just one thing after another. If it's not Iran, and today some Iranians took out some boat or so, I don't know, then it's the reflecting pool, and it's a $100 billion supplementary budget request. You know what I mean? People are just I don't know what that means, boy blue, but it's nice to have it. Nice to have a pumpkin plant. It had a little unexpected spice to the whole operation. Now, Tio came by the other day. There wasn't any way I was going to get on the ground with my thing, but I was really worried about, I got these trees growing in the fence, the chain link fence that aren't Ladybank's roses. I had all of those trees removed. Took them about 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours, got all those things removed. So that's a real load off me. Now I can easily cut down that line and push them away. I'm growing white and orange pumpkins. That's cool. It's kind of cool to think I got a pumpkin there on the Rancho, and that's okay. I mean, that's pretty cool. I didn't plant it, and hell, there it is. But I never seen a plant grow so fast and be so happy as this pumpkin. But it's going to make Halloween a little cheaper. You know, I got so many tomatoes. It's going to be great. And they're the Marzano too. So they're really nice. They're compact. The bushes don't get real tall. They're wide. They're low. It's nice. I want to start planting flowers. But mustard greens grew up. I ate them. I'll be damn careful what the hell I eat. I don't feel that confident in my own abilities to, I might cut some hemlock and be gone. I don't know. Some things you ought to leave to the professionals. But the onions are really, you know, I already got onions that are that big. I mean, it's unbelievable how the onions have done in these planter boxes. They've just gone crazy. That's going to be fantastic. I've already got to go buy some mesh bags to hang them up in. They'll keep for up to a year, and that's good. I use a lot of onions in my cooking. I probably have like 100 onions, which if you were to go out and buy a 520 bag, you're probably talking about $250, $300 worth of onions, red onions, white onions, yellow onions, all kinds of onions. But they have to hang for a while. They have to age. You can't just eat them right out of the ground. They're too strong. But that was a really pleasant surprise that they did so well. Yeah, onion soups are great. I remember you planting a pumpkin. I think I threw a pumpkin carcass over there. That's like my composting area. You know, when I take off the bag, I'm gonna have to put some straw down in the garden to keep the moisture there while I'm gone. I might get a straw bale or something just to put something down there. Anyway, I'm really happy. I have to sort of question whether I'm able to even drive for 9 hours, 9.5 hours. I don't know. Yeah, it's a nice surprise. I was real happy to have that, I let it go. I didn't pull it out. I wondered what the hell it was. But I didn't pull it out. I said, this looks interesting. But I think what happened was I had that rotten pumpkin last year. Remember how tragic that was? I cut the pumpkin and 2 days later the thing's already deflating. It was such a rotten old pumpkin. Old stinky old rotten old pumpkin that it just immediately disintegrated as soon as I carved it. So it was a very crappy decoration, and I ended up throwing it into the compost. One of my planter boxes is just compost and stuff. The good thing I did too is I got rid of that persimmon tree. That was blocking a lot of lights, and now I really don't have any trees on the property except the weeping flowering cherry tree out front. You never caught on to the mushrooms? Yeah, I don't know, Pink. I go out and forage a mushroom and I'm not feeling too good. I think I ate a mushroom. You go to the hospital, they're like, bring out the picture book. Was it this one? Nah. How about this one? Nah. This thing was like, it had all these, like, I don't know, it looked like the back of an air conditioner and underneath of it. Oh, this one? Dude, you ate a death cap mushroom, man. I'm telling you, in about 6 hours, your liver's going to be gone. Is that bad? No, I don't trust my... You know how many people... I hope somebody Googles and asks how many people die a year from mushroom foraging. It's like, dude, you ate a toadstool. What? I watched a YouTube video. I was watching a YouTube video. I don't know, man. Don't just tell it straight up. Dude, sorry, man. These enzymes just eat your liver from me. I don't know what to tell you. You want me to call a lawyer, a rabbi, a priest, a preacher? Or what do you want to do? Could I be on a liver transplant list? Yeah, well, no. You don't have the IQ to keep around. I went to Berkeley Bowl yesterday. They sell so many different mushrooms. It's like that way. It's everywhere. But I'll tell you what, Wine Country Pebbles, I bet they charge a lot. Berkeley Bowl is... Oh, blessing. Now you have a pumpkin. But yeah, I got a rotten pumpkin. Remember how mad I was? I come in like 2 days later. There's all this black gunk growing inside. The face is smushed in. I think I paid like $8 for the pumpkin. I'm like, what the hell? Wow, Then somebody says, well, it shouldn't ought to sit outside in the sunlight during the day. That's what got it. It was like 90 degrees outside and your pumpkin is dehydrating. It's getting a case of smush face. Yeah, I understand. I know. That's the way it is. I know, the stores, everything's expensive. I told you yesterday, I don't think you were here yesterday, Wine Country. I went to the CVS. I wanted to get some shower caps and, they're good for travel and stuff. And I wanted to get some birthday card for Janet and one for my daughter coming up. I can't remember the other thing I got. Man, I went over and looked. I walked in the candy aisle. There's a 6-pack of Hershey bars for $10. $9.95. Yeah, I wear a shower cap. Yeah, I don't like to have to wash wet hair every day. And I'm up out early in the morning. I don't have time to go through all that. Goes back to my trans days. I thought this is convenient. Anyway, the prices were, I couldn't believe it. That happened here on the Central Coast. People from Mexico thinking the mushrooms are the same here. Geez, I don't know, Pink. It's all frightening to me. I'll buy my cars at Dollar Tree sandwiches. Yeah, I don't know. I got them over there. I figured it's convenient. I came out of the church in the morning. It was right there. I thought I'd just go over there. I walk into Oliver's Market. It's kind of a high-end market. Even that looks expensive as hell. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, I'm on a fixed income, but I'm okay. You know, I saved a little bit of money. But I'm saying, how's the average person that's, you know, paying $3,000 a month rent or whatever? How in the hell are they dealing with all this mess? Mystery. You need to get that a little more, honey. Come time to fundraiser, yeah. If you pledge $50, I'll put a shower cap on. How about that? Anyway, so the travel will be coming up. I totally want to stop at Dollar Tree. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Wine. You're right. See, I don't often connect. I'm not smart like you are to think, oh, okay, I'm here. Yeah, it's okay, Mystery. I have no problem wearing that. I'll wear a pink one if you want, whatever the hell one you want me to put on. You know, I'm not smart like you, Wine Country. I should have done this when I was here or than that. Please hit that thumbs up button, guys, if you're just coming in. Yeah, Dollar Tree's good. Dollar Tree's good. I don't know. I get so many people want me to do Dollar Tree food reviews again. This weekend, we're going to be making peach cobbler Saturday night on the barbecue grill. Yeah, we're going to have a nice batch of peach cobbler's great with fresh peaches. I'm not going to sit there and worry about taking all the skin off and all that bullshit of the peach. I could care less about it. I'm just going to enjoy it. Enjoy the harvest. Well, it's Friday tomorrow, thank goodness. Yeah, I'm going to have a shot tonight. Maybe. I don't know. I had one last night. Remember when you dumpster dived at Dollar Tree? Always. That was some of the greatest dumpster diving on planet Earth. I don't think I've ever been in the Dollar Tree since they moved to the shopping center a couple blocks down the road. I haven't been into the Food Max grocery store in 2 years. I have a big ass jar of change that we should take in there and get changed out. It's just been your mind. Yeah, there's lots of lots. It was a great year for peaches. I'm excited about the pears. I'm going to have to prop up some of the branches. They're so heavy with pears. And it's not going to be long till the almond comes off. Yeah, peaches are early. The disappointment was cherry trees. I didn't get any cherries at all. It was terrible pollination. What's going on, Daniel? How you doing? And then when harvest is over, I'm going to severely cut back I like to keep the plum trees very, very contained. I don't get enough benefit out of plums for all that. So nectarines, plum, I like them all. They're all good. Yeah, pear trees, wonderful. I probably got 30 pears this year, which is a lot. But boy, you got to let those bad boys really get ripe. Anyway, a lot of good stuff coming up. How you doing? Who's that? Ace? What's going on, Ace? How you doing? Yeah, Dollar Tree's cheaper. I have a lot of things. I wanted to knock out this memoir really quick. Have you seen a partridge in your pear tree? No, but I wish I put one in there. And of course, the Valencia orange tree is doing great. I don't want to let that get too big. That's a standard size tree. That thing could overshadow the whole thing. So, but it's good to have. If I'd have one orange tree, it would be the Valencia because it keeps the fruit all year round. It's nice. I think. I think I want to make some changes inside the Rancho house, the main house. And I know I still have to paint and freshen up the Shine Shack. I'm hoping, find somebody who's going to be a reliable, decent person that keep an eye on the place. Not try to pull some legal scamming squatter bullshit. Seems like, no matter how nice you try to be these days, there's so many people that are on the make. It's disappointing. Those guys are really having themselves a concert. It's cheaper at Dollar Tree. I don't know, Elmer. I haven't been in a Dollar Tree, and I went into one in where Wine Country's talking about down at the shopping center. But I haven't been in the one that used to be in our neighborhood. Because where that used to be, there's now a huge monstrosity of an apartment building. I mean, they tell me people are leaving town. I say bullshit. More people are coming up to Wine Country than ever before. You know why? Wine Country, Pebbles? It's because it is light rail. More and more families that got big money are coming up from San Francisco. A lot of these tech geeks. See, I ought to take this bus up to Mendocino County. See this thing over here? That's the bus up to Mendocino County. Fort Bragg, all that. I'm going to ask this guy a question. I'd like to go up to Fort Bragg again, but I'd like to just pay $5 to go. I mean, imagine that. I couldn't run up there and there's not a damn person on that bus. Yeah, it's a nice bus. That takes you up to Mendocino County, so. Although it's cheap now, gasoline's going to be getting cheaper again, which is great. What was I talking? I forgot what the hell I was talking about. Oh, Dollar Tree. What was I talking about? Somebody remind me. I just wanted to ask. The lady gave me a creepy smile. Bus driver was nice. She said you can get the bus up to 101 up to Willits. That's where they had the earthquake yesterday, and then go over to go. We may be going on a road trip to Mendocino. Yeah, I'm thinking. I like Fort Bragg. It's an interesting town to walk around. I kind of like to have my vehicle with me though, because you can stop at Fort Ross on the way, which was the Russian outpost here in California. God knows what they thought they were going to do there on the coast, but that's up there anyway. I just wanted to see some possibility, to see what you could do. It might be an interesting trip to see what you can do on public transportation. It seems pretty efficient. But anyway, yeah, Dollar Tree's good. I don't know if I'd rush headlong into doing food reviews again. Some of that food was really... Because I like to look beyond the food and actually show the manufacturing plants where this crap was made and everything. Yeah, thumbs up are appreciated, but yeah, so Vegas is coming up. There's a lot of shit going on in Las Vegas right now. There's a lot of friction in the system. There's a lot of moving parts. I was talking to some friend the other day. And especially downtown, there's a lot of pressure building right now. I got a coupon for three-day free stay at the El Cortez. I don't know if I'll take it up on it or not, but I'm just saying the Grand, which I used to stay at, and hit the pool up there. It was nice. They took the old place that was called Lady Luck Casino. They poured, I don't know, what, $100 million into it, and now they defaulted on their contractor's loan. So the builder got the casino hotel now. I don't know what it means. It's just like, I don't know. But then I told you before, and Blue was in here the other day, that Gold Spike, where I stayed before with the Oasis there with the pool, that got bought for like almost 60% less than Tony Shea bought it for. So there's a lot of shit going on right now. There's a lot of pressure. A lot of these people were getting knocked out of these high-tech jobs that were high-paying, and they're a little shaky about going to Vegas. Breathtaking strip view. Yes, it does. So does Trixie. Were you with me when I went up to the roof of the Circa? Holy smokes. I did a trip with Mary Ellen and Sam. I went up to the roof. Holy smokes. Views. They have outdoor fire pits going up there. Beautiful glass surround. I mean, beautiful bar. You can see $2 million worth of gold bars lined up. I mean, it's incredible. You talk about views. Legacy Club, and anybody can go up. I mean, I'm like dressed like my usual slop. I really have to get some kind of decent clothes to. Oh, Trixie. I went up there. Mary Ellen and Sam took me up there. It was like, oh man. You talk about views. You ought to see that video that has that. I mean, it's just fantastic. But there's a lot of pressure down there right now. You look at Wynn, W-Y-N-N, they're like the premier luxury place. You look at these stocks, they tell you a lot. There's some struggle going on. Somebody just bought out privately for Caesars Corporation. They're gonna be desperate to pay off that huge $13 billion worth of loan or whatever. Wow. You're gonna see a race to the bottom for cutting things to get people to get heads in the beds down there. And when we get down to the church too, you're going to see a lot has changed. They've taken down the two buildings, the bail bond place and their little building on the side now. And the construction's already underway for the big parish hall and everything. So things are going to be looking a little bit different down there this time when we go down. So it'll be interesting. What's not real cool is that a lot of places we used to walk around the back alleys that had all the old blown out hotels on Fremont, the shitty motor courts. All of those things got bulldozed. I want to stay at least at Vanderbilt's. That's used to be the Barbary Coast. It's next to the Flamingo. I don't know. I mean, Vanderpump's is cool. The Pink's Lounge. It's all nice. She's done a good job. The question is, will it last? Will it survive the, will it survive the pressure? I don't know. Yeah, that's nice. You see that big guitar they're building? When you go up the strip now, all you see is that huge guitar body there, which is the Hard Rock. And when that opens, that's going to be like, what, 1,900 more rooms? You're going to have to put some meat on the hoof to fill those babies up. Guys, if you've not hit the like button, please do so. I am in a horizontal mode today. I'm surprised I haven't gotten more feedback on it. I guess people are so used to it, doesn't really matter. But, I'm doing a little test because the YouTube algorithm is so bad right now. Do they need what, Mystery? I used to stay at Barbara all the time 20 years ago, $40 a night, weekdays. It's a great location. They have that shotgun casino where you stand at one end, you can look all the way down at beautiful chandeliers overhead. It's nice. And I was very impressed. Yeah, another 1,900 rooms, Mystery. I hope they're not building for, I hate to say a declining standard of living in this country. Everything's built for the wealthy, and that's really problematic. And that money might go up the spout where the woodbine twineth. We shall see. We'll be able to get a pretty good read. Now remember, it's July, so it's a wretched time to be down there for tourists. A lot of them think, oh, I'll just hang out at the pool all day, and 10 minutes later, they're like a lobster. No, unless you want to pay $200 for an umbrella seat or $1,000 for a cabana. Nope. Well, that Hard Rock is mainly financed by the Seminole Indians of Florida. So I hope the hell they know what they're getting into. But I don't know if we'll go into Fontainebleau again because, shit, last time we were in there, that place was pretty much empty on the floor. So, how long can you sustain $500,000 a day losses? Somehow telling the truth to go down the lazy river. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Mystery. Any way you can make a buck these days. Any way you can squeeze $1 out of somebody, you're gonna do. It's why I don't can. People are like, Rosa, you could have a big shit. You could go down to Vegas and just, put $1,000 in the slot machine. You have 500, 800 people watching. Yeah, who cares? If you know, you know. You take 20 bucks, 40 at the most, that's it. Yeah, lots of high-end shops there. And you know what? It's just marquee advertising for them because there ain't a hell of a lot of people. How do you have luxury at the Wynn, luxury at the Bellagio, luxury at Resort World, luxury in the Wynn, and luxury in the Fontainebleau, and luxury in the Venetian? Well, I guess the thinking is, well, if you buy a Gucci bag, you're probably not comparison shopping. Maybe the urge will hit you as you're watching the fake gondolas going down the fake river inside the Venetian. Maybe you'll be moved to buy a Gucci bag. I don't understand that. We used to have the sense to build for the masses. And these people just exploded their costs at the worst time. You know, when the visitor numbers are down, it seems like they take the biggest risk. So I know that catering, I know old school Vegas has to come back. I know it has to come back. There's no surviving it otherwise. It absolutely, positively has to come back. You keep people away because of the tariff stuff, the disagreements we had with Canada, the way Europeans have felt. People develop alternatives. They start to go find other places to go. Indian gaming casinos or Palm Springs casinos, places like that. You know, they start to reorder their life. The Asians, you don't have the Chinese coming in. Look around Las Vegas. Before the pandemic, it was 1/3 of the people were walking around were from China and Japan and Hong Kong and Taiwan. Now, yeah, the quality of entertainment. Like the man said, ain't that a kick in the head? You're right. Well, look at what they did, Miss Tree. And you haven't been around for a while, but down underneath of the Fremont Street Experience, Hey Desert, which is the big light show down there on Fremont Street. You got the Golden Nugget, the Fremont, the Binions, Golden Nugget down there. It's the same damn Canopy light music show. Katy Perry at 8 o'clock. Stone Temple Pilot at 9 o'clock. It's just like, you know you're being played. You know that they see you as just a sucker now. And there's something about that people, even the dumbest person eventually knows that they're treating me as if I'm just some kind of fool down here. We want to push that 6-5 blackjack. No, but people had 3-2 for decades, man. What the 6-5? Nobody knows odds. Nobody's a mathematician. Are you kidding? Just put this shit in and stop talking. They have 400% worse chance than they did before at a 3-2 compared to a 6-5 blackjack. And the people just sit down and, you know, were people smarter? Were they more intuitive? Were they tighter with the dollar? Yeah, they didn't have credit cards. What's going on, Smelly Cat? A quick appearance to the mayor. Oh my God. Mystery, were you there when Mayor Shelley Berkeley showed up to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Fremont Street Experience? She couldn't get the hell out of there fast enough. She's got to worry about scraping money together to pay off a big lawsuit payment that's due in September for them inappropriately trying to take over the land of some golf course or something. And they ended up with like a $280 million fine. I'm feeling okay, Smelly Cat. Thank you, babe. Please hit the thumbs up, everybody. She kept her car running. She went up. She's down in City Hall. Her wig is a popping these days, okay? With the shit on her plate. One city employee just shot another one last week. Just pull out your heater and just blew the guy away right there. Yeah, thank you, babe. You know what? Cletus? I never liked you, man. That gets back to City Hall. Like, what? You got people throwing themselves into therapy, running around the building like their hair's on fire. Shit's getting a little unruly. That's why, thank God, there's people like Mr. Z. That's like my touchstone down there. I go to his house, we pull in, we barbecue, we have a couple drinks. It's like you get a little touch of real life. You know what I mean, Smelly Cat? You got people in City Hall running around, their hair's on fire right now. Mr. Z's the best. I'd love to paint his house for him. I think I'm going to try to do that this fall. He's been such a good guy. Used to get a lot of free drinks when you were gambling. I could still get a free drink, but you know what? It doesn't make the juice isn't worth the squeeze at a slot machine anymore. I'm sorry. An old fashioned, it has really low shelf bourbon, weak ass drink. It's not worth it. If I'm going to have an old fashioned, I'm going to have a damn good old fashioned. I'm not going to have that shitty thing. So, okay, you drop $40 in a machine, you're gone. She might not even make it back by the time your money's gone. It takes $8.80 to load up a full play these days. Push that 10 times, 11 times, you've just shot your wad through $100. It's not worth it. So what do? They play with you psychologically. You build this little word that says BONUS bonus, and it fills as this thing's coming up. It looks like it's filling the ladder, and it gets almost to the end, and then it stops. It doesn't advance anymore. You're putting that money furiously in. Oh, it's got to hit. It's got to hit. Well, that's my philosophy now. If I'm going to sit there at the machine at the Cortez, I'm ordering a hell of a drink. Fresh blueberries and stuff. You know what? But it takes somebody to bend their ass down there and pick that fruit. Somebody said to me, Rosie, you could have a blueberry farm on the back. I said, I'll plant the blueberries if you promise me that you'll come and pick them. If you think I'm going to be bending my lily white ass over and picking blueberries, you got another thing coming. You know what, Smelly Cat? They haven't even begun to sweep through California with immigration stuff. They had so much back pressure to Congress, they told them, man, look at what we got, dude. We got lettuce, carrots, shit. What do you want to do here? You want I should pull my grandma out to harvest? It's crazy. Now they're talking about tomatoes shortage. So that's going to be the biggest variable of fruits and vegetables, is going to be the picking. Yeah, they're crazy. I mean, I told you before, even Costco. Thank God Judy gave me a Costco membership. I go into Costco. I notice creeping prices. And I think to myself, okay, here we go. Costco's optimizing me. It's optimizing the store. I don't know what's the next level is. Go down to the railroad and buy your shit off the back of a rail car. I don't know. Bacon used to be sold in a 1 pound package. It's 12 ounces now. Yeah, they get rid of a lot of good things. I worry, Smelly Cat, that the average American is finding everyday life unaffordable. And little things we used to take for granted, tomatoes, peaches, strawberries, blueberries, Hershey's candy bar, are just, shit, I'm feeling like it's out of reach for me. I'm not paying $10 for 6 Hershey bars. Yeah, I spent $8 on blueberries yesterday. That's fine. I mean, I'll go to Grocery Outlet and buy the can of blueberry filling, pour it into a jar, and call that jam, and save $4 or $5. Yeah, it's 10% cocoa. Then what did they say too? That they did something else? They messed with the Reese's or something, and the founder, the grandson of the founder of the Reese's Buttercup Company or whatever, wrote to him and said, "What the hell is this stuff?" They're like, "Yeah, we put more wax or something into the chocolate," or this guy's like, "Damn, man, what the hell?" You get the feeling like everybody's against you. It's all formulaic, algorithmic driven, statistical bullshit to squeeze. Yeah, I don't know what it had, Doctor. There was something that, what did the Reese's grandson complain? He said, "This is even what my grandfather would be rolling in his grave with this shit." And they actually shamed Hershey or whoever, M&M Mars or whatever, to chocolate flavored candy. Hershey, 25 cents. I don't know. I don't expect them to be 25 cents. But wow, I mean, walk through a CVS or something and look at the prices. Hey, Jim Rockford. Yeah, please hit the thumbs up button, guys. We're almost to 50. I'm in a horizontal mode today. I'm just trying. It doesn't make much sense to be in vertical right now because the algorithm is non-functional right now. YouTube is so swamped with AI, low-effort content, created AI slop that it's a mess. And now using real chocolate. Well, that's the only Hershey product I buy. I just want the regular Hershey bar. That's it. But do not buy. I don't buy M&Ms anymore. They want too much. Shouldn't be praised. He should be held accountable. You know, Smelly Cat, that Sam Altman has a bunker in 40 miles to the east of me here in Napa County. What kind of prick builds a bunker? It's the kind of prick that knows somebody is going to be pissed someday. and they're going to be lighting the tar torches and the pitchforks, and they're going to come a-calling. You get this whole fortress mentality. I'm Larry Ellison of Oracle Corporation. I need to buy an island. I need a getaway place. Sam Altman, if they manage to bring this turkey to market with the price of AI, the unit called the token, the price is crashing. China comes out every day with another announcement of something that equals NVIDIA, whatever. I mean, you got to have your head examined. Chocolate has a luxury feel in your mouth, I think. It's like you can't duplicate chocolate with anything else, in my opinion. That's why I think chocolate is so... Smelly Cat, the worst part is, and I've talked about this before on videos, honey, is everything that I ask AI, and I've used AI more than 99% of the people I know. I can use AI to write apps. I can use AI to, I've already showed it can pick a horse in the Kentucky Derby that wins. But the point is, AI induces errors into itself. If there's an error out there on something that something it read or something it ingested has errors in it, it takes those errors and it forever duplicates those errors and expands them inside of its system, to the point that now something like 38% of the knowledge base of humanity is now corrupted, which means if you want to really find out something's factual, you can't ask AI. You have to go back to a library or some pristine source of data that has not been messed with since 2022 or something, before 2022, to find out what the answer is. You have companies like Accenture Corporation, that used to be Arthur Andersen Consulting, big time consulting company. A couple years ago, they come out and say, we're the wizards of AI. We're going to show you how you put this AI system into your Fortune 500 company. We're going to marry it with your legacy old ass computer system. We're going to take your old legacy COBOL system, whatever the hell. We're going to bolt this new baby on, and it's going to be great. Well, guess what's happening now? AI is hallucinating within these systems, and now they have people in India line by line trying to check every piece of code to find out where the errors are, but the errors internally are multiplying faster than they can be weeded out, which is absolutely positively leading to something they call model collapse. This is what they're not talking about AI. That everything becomes corrupted like a Tower of Babel. Therefore, does technology become more efficient? No, it becomes less efficient, because you don't know the veracity, you don't know the authenticity, the correctness of what it's telling you. I prove that to myself when I make this up, look at this, and then it comes out at the end and says, I said, it looks a little weird. Yeah, it's like I made this up to just fit the narrative I thought you were trying to achieve. What? It's like a laboratory saying, yeah, I fucked around with the ingredients to make what you wanted here. This seems like what you were trying to do or whatever. So I just made shit up that fits your goal, and here you go. What the hell? Are you kidding me? That was an eye-opener, Smelly Cat. That was an eye-opener. That was my rude awakening that these models hallucinate shit. Well, there goes 5 days of work. Lesson learned. So when you talk about Sam Altman and OpenAI, Mario, whatever, Emoti, and his sister, these guys are literally flying by the seat of their pants. You know, Pentagon's worried, Chinese are worried. You know, who's got the upper hand, or who's moving faster than we are, and it's this fear of missing out. There's something off with the guy. There's something, it's like Elon Musk. There's something off with the guy. Dario Amodi, there's something off with the guy. Zuckerberg, there's something off with the guy. Larry Ellison, there's something weird. Peter Thiel, all these, you know, there's something off. There's just something that's off. Something's not connecting. How you doing, Shemay? And it's like, we're going to rush this IPO, initial public offering, to market. We don't know how it's all going to turn out in the end, but you know what? I'm going to get my money, and you cats can worry about it. Yeah, more dollars and cents. And we all go along for the ride, because as I said in the video on Wednesday morning, we're all in. Their misadventures in AI are going to have dramatic repercussions on YouTube, Google misfires, search, loses search. You know, there's a lot of shit that can go wrong here. And meanwhile, the value of it is going down. The price people pay, I'm not paying for it, Smelly Cat. I'm using free. I can use DeepSeek. The Chinese model does 95% of what I want, of what anybody would want out of it, and it, you know, it doesn't cost a thin dime. I don't give a shit if they see my stupid stuff. I could care less. Used to be 1 million tokens, which is the unit of value, was $30. Now it's like less than $1. So it's like these people that ran after SpaceX took it all the way up to, what, over $200? Come on, man. Come on, man. Let me wipe the little drool off of your lips. Authenticate every human being. You know, you're just these driverless taxis, Zeus, that are running around now. You're gonna, it's, you know, get rid of Uber. You want to pick up your food at the restaurant, send Zeus overs. McDonald's, you don't want any employees? Cool, we got all the mechanical systems and all that shit. Well, I've seen I was in LA in Culver City, Jim Rockford, the movie studio area of old school movie studio. There's Waymos everywhere, driverless taxis. One of the little son of a bitches almost hit me. They're everywhere. And there's their goal. I mean, these trucking companies can't wait until they replace all the guys and gals on the road that are doing the heavy trucking. Yeah, AI musicians, actors. I don't know, would you look at mystery goes right there. Would you take one? Oh shit. Imagine you on the freeway and this thing just starts to you want to go on a joyride? Watch this. Yeah, well, the AI love dolls, the the chat GBT companions and things. It's all some type of there's some sickness in there's just some kind of illness. I guess if I wasn't on a highway, if it was in the city, yeah, I would take a Zeus taxi, sure. The thing I would miss is bullshitting with the taxi driver, but because they're all from, Azerbaijan or Armenia or whatever, Kazakhstan, nobody understands what the hell they're talking about anyway. I don't think AI could possibly worse than their Congress. I'll say it again. Our Congress is going to look significantly different in January. If you saw what happened in New York City on Tuesday, a whole slate of dyed-in-the-wool socialists/communists got elected. A whole raft of them. I don't know what it means for New York City. In a way, I guess it hastens the exit of Wall Street from New York to Florida. I don't know. Call for him for a ride, and I would. Yeah, my daughter sent me a video. She took a Waymo in, I don't know where in the hell it was. It was Nashville or something. I don't know. She's more adventurous. She wouldn't care if a damn plane was flying upside down as long as it got there. Oh, we don't have to bail out any. I would say you want to look at the canary in the coal mine, you look at Blackstone. They're the guys that put their fingers into all the pies of apartment complexes around the nation, housing complexes. Got up to their elbows with houses to the point that the executive branch had to back them off. When you say bail it out, where would the money come from? That's what I say. Yeah, private equity. Remember, the banks remember one good thing the government did after 2008, they said, you're not getting into this bullshit again. This is your job. You're not going to make all these private capital bets on pets.com and all this other bullshit that was going around at that time. All the real estate portfolios, the leveraged mortgage obligations. No, you're not doing that anymore. If the private companies want to do it, that'll be at their risk. So you got Blue Owl Corporation and Blackstone. All of these, if you've noticed, they're starting to limit redemptions. In other words, there's more people piling up that want to get their money out than there are allowing people out right now. I want to tell you from experience, when a trend like that begins, it doesn't end until it's disaster. The world's supposed to be like the Jetsons. Let me ask you what, Jim Rockford, do you want to be up in the sky flying in your little car, knowing that every other person's drunk or high? Remember, no drunk flying. 8 hours from the bottle to the throttle. Imagine flying cars, God help us. I'd be scared to be walking around ground level, lay in bed at night. Two cars come flying through your roof. Freaks. Yeah, the whole complex of war just changed. Jim Rockford with drones. The whole shooting match. Pretty amazing. Santa won't need reindeer. Would you be afraid to fly? Shit. People get federal drones flying drones by world god. I don't blame them. Let's face it, the FAA is the last good, decent, well-run agency we have in America, and they don't screw around with airspace. Take it from somebody that has a FA Part 193 license. They don't mess around with it. I want to take off and fly to the East Coast to visit my grandson and granddaughter. I don't want to worry about some jerk off that's flying his drone around SFO, the airport. Some dumbass. We're doing, babe. What are we doing? I don't want to worry about some dingleberry out there flying his effing drone. I won't even go up in a hot air balloon. How are what doing, babe? Yeah, the risks are just too great. It's just like, you know, does it ever disturb you after a helicopter encounter and you find out that the helicopter company had maintenance problems, maintenance logs revealed that there was shitty maintenance done? That's why I refuse to fly anything except first tier airlines anymore. Because I know, yeah, how you doing, Alex? I don't mind flying. I don't mind flying at all, but I mind flying on shitty airplanes and shitty airlines. I'll stick to the first tier. That's why I got my United card for my air miles, because I know when I go on United, I'm getting the cream of the crop of pilots. I'm getting the cream of the crop in maintenance. And I'm getting the cream of the crop in planes. I had the joy of flying on a Dreamliner. It was ridiculously comfortable. It's almost like being back in my old 747-800. Would you have gone on the Hindenburg? I might have been stupid enough at that time to, yeah. We'll be landing in New Jersey in a couple moments, folks. Boom. See, the people that built the Hindenburg, because of war, all kinds of restrictions and availability of shit, they used, I don't know what they used, hydrogen instead of helium or something. They paid a hell of a price for that. Dr. Frankenstein knows better than I. I'm going to have a smoke. Dr. Frankenstein, didn't they use hydrogen instead of helium? I can't remember. There was some reason. Availability of gas or something. And all it took was one spark from the ground, dropping that mooring strap onto the ground, that was it. Tremendous static charge. Hydrogen, yeah. I love Emirates. Yeah, so that's, they had to use hydrogen. So anybody with a modicum of brains probably knew that there's a danger with hydrogen. Yeah, oh, the humanity. Lakehurst, New Jersey. Now you see the Goodyear blimp. They don't even fly the blimp anymore, do they? I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't even tell you how Goodyear's doing as a company. I got no idea. Please hit that thumbs up button, guys. It's appreciated. I'm in horizontal mode here until the algorithm straightens itself out. Yes, they still fly the blimp sometimes. Blimpies. I remember blimpies. I remember blimpies. We used to love Friday night. There was a chain in Baltimore called Harley's, and we'd love to go down there on Friday night and get a steak sub with onions on it. Delicious. Good, decent bread. It wasn't all this bread with filler and crap in it, and the meat wasn't some ball sack meat or esophagus meat like a Quiznos serving you a ball sack sub. You bite that, it's all like, what the hell? It's like an accordion. What the hell is this? Yeah, the ball sack sub. I called them out on it. Within a year, they were out of business. Everybody was frozen in line watching that as I stretched that meat like an accordion. I said, look, this is either ball sack or it's some esophagus or something. Y'all want to eat this? Everybody just walked out. Yeah, the fried buzzard that got his balls blown off. Yeah, simple life for people. It was complicated in a lot of ways. I don't want to romanticize the 1970s because there was a lot of social disturbance. And, you had a contingent of really outsized noisemakers in America at that time. It caused a lot of over attention on radicalism and hippies, and I see the same thing rising now. I see the same roots of I see the same things coming. Would you like the soil and green sauce on that? Exactly. what I didn't like about the 70s, the whole educational system of America was totally uprooted and destroyed. I didn't like, the Vietnam, all that aspects of Vietnam, all the hippie movements in Berkeley and Columbia, and it seemed like everybody had a bone to pick all of a sudden. 73 degrees, not all processed. Cars were shitty. Cars just started to get shitty with the EPA mandates. Peaked out in 1980 with the Granada and the Pinto, the Vega. It's like, do better, guys. Do better. Yeah, it really gets cold here. Microwave didn't help. Well, we said the same thing about the frozen TV dinners. Now you smell like it doesn't smell like barbecue. That's a good point, Jim Rocker. I just think I'm like Dr. Frankenstein. I'm like sitting in bed. I lay in bed at night and thinking, what the hell are they doing in the dark of night at McDonald's headquarters laboratories in Oak Brook, Illinois, to extend that ground beef? I mean, I don't even want to know. Roach legs, Well, when some executive at Campbell's Soup was on a hot mic and admitted that they, put rotten chickens in. Well, that's good. How you doing, Tara? When an executive of Campbell Food comes out and said, we just put this rotten ass chicken, if these people are dumb enough to eat it, that made me feel really good as a long-time Campbell Soup consumer.
That was pretty funny. Not.
I mean, are you kidding me? How you doing, Trog? Drury passed away in May. The day after he passed away, Narse called me. He got taken to the hospital and he died the next day, so I didn't feel compelled to make a YouTube video about it. I don't see Tribe. Hold on a minute. Let me get this damn thing. I've been on this thing for so long, I don't even know how the hell to get off the, what is this, live chat. Is Tribe here? Where the hell is Tribe? Son of a bitch, I don't see Tribe. Drury was never in good health when I knew him. He didn't want to couldn't exercise, and I tell you, if you take to the easy chair, the lazy boy with the Roku in your hand, your life expectancy is going to be affected. Now, some people, I recognize some people don't have the mobility, they don't have a lot of choice. All right, we got a screamer. I think he was older than that. I'm 68. There was no way he was 70 or 71. Looked like my father. Well, he's a significant part of my channel, and the Great Florida Meetup, bouncing around the beaches there, and I like the earlier that a lot. Screamer on the loose. Yeah, we had Anna, who liked to twerk and shake her booty. I haven't seen Dory Lynn. She was a big part of stuff back then. I don't know what happened to Dory Lynn. I don't know what happened to Corky. It meant a lot to me, especially since my family is Jewish. Yeah, but he wasn't a practicing Jew. I don't think, I don't think Jory stepped inside of a temple for 40 years. He was Jewish, but I wouldn't call him a practicing Jew. He lived up in Flushing Meadow up there, near where the World's Fair was. He had lived with his mom, had a row house up there. Well, you're of Jewish descent, Smelly Cat, and you know, and that's a wonderful thing. But there's of Jewish descent, and then there's practicing, you know, temple going reformist, or I don't know. He wasn't a Christian. He wasn't anything. Marshall was a Syrian Christian, a Syrian Catholic, a Syrian Christian. Did you ever see the? Yes, I did. I love Curb Your Enthusiasm. Yes, when he had his Trump hat on backwards. Yes, Judaism was a beautiful line through Curb Your Enthusiasm. Oh boy, did he love garlic on those. Oh. I remember we were in Reno and he wanted to get those falafels, and he told him extra garlic. He wolfed them down in there and got into my van. I thought I was going to throw up. I think I told him to get the hell out of the van or something. I don't know. Made my eyes water. I'm like, dude, don't breathe on me, you know? Wow. Don't forget, Saturday we have, we will be in vertical mode tomorrow night, Friday. Saturday we'll be doing a peach cobbler. Just YouTube and Prime, yeah. Yeah, Quinn with two ends. Yeah, Narce called me the day after Jory passed on. But his health was not in good. I believe he was closer to 80. Yeah, I remember Meteor Man. Remember that mystery down in Oakland? Guy was from Armenia. Yep, and Meteor came down that night screaming down, and it hit that ground. N-A-R-S-A, Narse. That was Marshall's nephew. He hung out in Florida with us all the time. I think it was real. I think it really happened. His health wasn't good, Jim Rockford. It was, you cannot resign yourself to a lazy boy chair and just a TV screen, it's a death sentence. I think there's a... Well, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, down in Bentonville, Arkansas. That's my best advice to people is once you get into the easy chair, it's hard to get out. So, yeah, Narset was cool. I think Francis died too, because Debbie Lynn comes in once in a while now. She got off of, she's on parole or whatever. Where was I? Yeah, I think they're in Bentonville. He was in Benson, Arkansas, I think. There's like a difference. Benson. Yeah, something like that. Benton, Arkansas or something. I don't know. A lot of the Walton family down there. I'm Sam Walt. We're proud here at Walmart to carry America First products. It's like the guy, it was like the guy, Michael Saylor of MSTR Corporation, never sell Bitcoin. I'll never sell Bitcoin. You know, get rid of your wife before you sell Bitcoin. You play any board game? Yeah, we played Monopoly, Risk, Scrabble. We always lean towards highly educational things like Scrabble, Trivial Pursuit, stuff like that. After Sam died, the family died. Look at Dr. Frankenstein. They couldn't wait to stock that shit. Now you look at where all the advertising money from internet is coming from for social media. $18-20 billion a year flooding in from China for Temu and Sheen and all that crap. All that money's flooding in from China. All those ads you see for all that bullshit is all from China. That's why I said 10 times a day I get these Chinese companies want me to represent their crap on YouTube. I don't care if it's like a rotisserie turning fork for a barbecue grill or an e-bike or a cosmetics or something. It's got some kind of bullshit. It's like, I don't want to be flooded with your crap. That's how Mike Living Free lost his channel playing that game. Walmart said, hey, your stuff everywhere. Yeah. All would promote all that crap, and then one day the hammer came down and it was over. It was gone. Channel was gone. Gone up the spout where the woodbine twineth. Hold my beer. I vintage 64 Trapper Keeper. I'm not sure what the Trapper Keeper is, but I certainly remember the 64 crayon set with the pencil sharpener built in. About the only thing I could ever draw was stick figures and really goofy renditions of Gumby and Pokey. Oh, you're ready for school. Said Tara's ready for school. Don't forget, Tara will be up here to help officially kick off the fundraiser for November. Please, guys, start saving a little bit of money. Put a little bit aside. I need 100 people with $100, and we're gonna have it made in the shade. We'll take care of the rest of it. It's the only thing we ask all year, and I know times are tough, but I don't ask for anything else here on YouTube. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm going to be cutting the peaches and freezing them. I'm not going to be canning peaches. I'm just strictly going to be canning tomatoes. Trapper Keeper notebook to put your pencils and papers in. I don't know. Did it have the zipper on the side or something? I don't know. I remember my binder and shit always looked like a rat. It looked like a crew of rats got loose in it. Cheerios in there or whatever the hell was in it. Sticky taffy pieces. But I had the notebook. That's good. Oh shit. Yeah, the best grades didn't have the trap. Suspicious. I don't know, Tara, when I found out that Tupac went to the same junior high school I did in Baltimore and would travel the road I did, Green Mountain Avenue, all the time, I was impressed that we were brothers from a different mother. That was pretty cool. Good old PS 233. That was an eye-opener. Good old PS 233. I didn't know my boy spent so much time in Baltimore. It's funny, a live man in parallel from Baltimore to Las Vegas, where he finally died, got shot. I went to the very spot where he got gunned down. That poor bastard never knew what hit him. How you doing, John? I haven't seen you in a long time. Is everything okay? How you doing? Funny, what did they talk about? 3 degrees of separation or whatever? No, I'm sorry to hear about that, John. If you want to share, we're all eyeballs here, so. Sorry to hear it. Mysteries moving west. I guess Saturday night we'll have call-in night too. Give Mystery a chance to call in. I left Georgia, moved to Alabama. I'm working in Huntsville now. Well, you're right around Dr. Frankenstein down there. Huntsville's upcountry, Alabama. That's all the high tech. Wow, Raleigh's a hellhole. Really, Mystery? Shit, you know how many people have moved down there? Holy smokes. I'll work Rosa Road from Redstone. Or yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're right in the thick of real technology there, man. Damn, you've had so many people moving into the triangle there. Raleigh, Durham, Charlotte. Hey, Tish, yeah, we're just, tomorrow night we'll be back on the vertical. I just wanted to test a few things. I'm heading for the hills. I like where you're heading to. Now recognize this mystery. You have family up there. But Asheville's not what it used to be because everybody and his mother moved in there and started developing the hell out of the housing developments and all that shit. All that's going to happen is Raleigh's going to follow you right on into Asheville. Right on in. Traffic. That's the worst thing when you find something good, you keep your mouth shut. And now it's at the lining of the... Yeah, it was destroyed by vandals. Yeah, it was vandalism. It was vandalism. Like I say, people have to tell the truth. They can't put up what they want to believe happened. Traffic, they don't know what traffic is. I say the same thing about Honolulu. All these people go rushing off to Honolulu, and they hit traffic that you think the 405 freeway is bad in Hollywood down there. You have to, yeah, I mean, it's, facts are facts. I mean, we have to face facts. We can't discount things because it doesn't fit our narrative. But that was when I lived in Hawaii for 9 months. Hey, Tony. When I lived in Hawaii for 9 months, I said, you know what, y'all? This traffic is beyond the H1, H2, H3 freeways. Nothing prepares you for that mess. It might be nicer. I mean, of course, you remember Lahaina burned down in Maui and all that shit, but maybe Kauai's nice. I don't know. Molokai. I don't know. Big Island. They are all over. Yeah, I don't know, but I don't want to see no stinking bear. I don't want a damn bear. I gotta put the window up. The chilly. I don't like nature. I don't like stuff that's too green. My idea of hell is to be at a petting zoo or a demonstration ranch or something, experimental farm. The only animals I want to see are cooked and on my plate. That's it. Yes, I used to ride the Amtrak. I took the Amtrak up and down from New York to Baltimore. The commuter. Easy 2 hours, Baltimore to New York City. Easy breezy. Unless there was some track maintenance issue, some nut had a gun and was jumping around the tracks in Philadelphia. Who in the hell knew what they were doing? I don't know. Tomorrow, I got some scratchers, but I don't know if I'm going to do them tonight. California Color Pop, we'll see. We'll see. Of course, we're not charging. 42%. Thank you. Yeah, I decided to pick up a few scratchers. Somebody's singing over here, busted. There's our obligatory siren. Oh, I love to hear the daily sirens. Dr. Frankenstein's, I don't think I've heard a town with more sirens going off all the time. Do I ever drink wine? I use it for cooking. I don't know why, I just never, growing up in Baltimore, of course, it was a German town, German, Polish, Irish. It wasn't really, it was all about the beer. Gunther beer, Arrow beer, American beer, National beer. You had 4 enormous breweries there. The only one still surviving is National. So wine wasn't really on the radar. Do you like wine? I hear Alec on the Redstone Arsenal all the time. Do you like wine, Jim? I mean, I'll have champagne. I had some champagne up at the Legacy Club on top of the Circa downtown. Merlot. Well, that's good. I just am, I'm great on bourbon. I'm great on beer. Don't give me ale. And we're going to get along just fine. I'll take my bourbon neat once in a while on the rocks. German wine is good. I got this wine my sister-in-law gave me. Shit. Almost when I first moved into the Rancho. Climb Fear. Elmer knows what it is. Some kind of German wine. Cloister Fear or something. I don't know what the hell it is. I've never... Benchmark. I don't know. I don't really know. Benchmark's not really on my radar. If you have a chance to buy Wolcott, hey Brett, Wolcott, Wolcott bourbon is my greatest discovery of 2026. Maker's Mark is really a good tasting bourbon. Not the best to me. The best is the Four Roses single barrel or special small batch. But Maker's Mark's a damn fine bourbon. But it's a little on the pricey side. So I found this Wolcott was $10 cheaper a bottle, and it was like, wow, this is Maker's Mark. And then once in a while I'll blast the Heaven Hill because the proofage is very high. Yeah, Wolcott. Amazing. He's singing from the band Blood, Sweat, and Tears died today. Wow. Something better than Four Roses. Yeah, I don't know. Everybody has a different taste. Tara liked Woodford Reserve. She likes Jim Beam. She likes a very strong oaky. Woodford Reserve is fantastic, but it's expensive. If I'm going to pay up for a good bourbon, I'll buy the single barrel Four Roses or the small batch. But when I go visit my daughter-in-law on the East Coast, I landed on that plane. I said, y'all better have the Woodford Reserve and the and the Busch Light, and she had to send out to have it delivered to the Airbnb. And we knocked hell out of that Woodford Reserve. That's some good shit, man. Yeah, the older I get, the less I feel, I don't want to say guilty, the less I am concerned about drinking and shit, you know. What is the exclusive bourbon of the Kentucky Derby? Yeah, but you know what, Brett? They paid for that. Brent, they paid for that. And here, these people drink mint juleps. Hell, the official drink of the Kentucky Derby should be an old fashioned. Make sense to me. You got the whole bourbon trail, but they're in serious trouble though. Young people aren't drinking. They're not drinking the liquors. So I saw the the owner of Jim Beam, the Family Guy. He was talking about they've just stopped production for the year 2026 because they have so much in stock, and there's something like 16 million barrels of bourbon in Kentucky right now. Whew. Aging. Now that's probably going to be some really good shit if that continues to sit in those barrels. But young people, you know, I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of young people don't even want to drive these days. It's just a different kind of, it's a different kind of guy. It's a different kind of male now. Everybody's at the weed shops these days. Which is fine. I'm not making any judgment about it because, you know, people are a lot better behaved on weed, I think, than heavy amounts of alcohol. But it does affect the industry. I mean, we went through that period 10 years ago with all the fruity drinks, the Trulies and, you know, the flavored seltzers or whatever the hell they were. My daughter's in-laws drink all that stuff. I will definitely be picking up another Wolcott's though, absolutely positively. I kind of slowed down on the Maker's Mark. I'm not a person that has to have top shelf shit sitting all over the counter or sitting all over the you know, the console over there. Yeah, I was saying you have a lot more people coming up from people coming up from the Bay Area now, and I think these people are really starting to get interested in real estate up here. There's a few young lovers around today. Around here. Ooh. I'm trying to get used to all Shimei. We're on the horizontal. Let me see something. See, this shit didn't even advance. Son of a bitch. I like blended scotch like Chivas, smoking weed over drink. Hall of Fame football. Charles wanted his own whiskey. Woodson whiskey. Yeah, Four Roses is cheaper than Wolcott. It's Four Roses. Standard Four Roses is a high production bourbon. Wolcott is not. But there's 4 different levels of Four Roses, so I enjoy the first level. Every one of these has a different profile to it. Tara likes ones that are very heavy oaky flavor. I like a little more smooth, a little more refined, a little less bite on the back end. I'm sorry, the chat wasn't even advancing. I don't know what the hell this thing does once in a while. Yeah, I don't know if it's gentrification. It's already expensive up here, but compared to like Silicon Valley and the East Bay, this looks like Bargain City up here. And they're like, oh, the views are nice. You get to look out over the vineyards and the mountains and the valleys. They'll find a way to muck it up. But they got money to burn with this AI IPOs. Oh my God, some Kirschwasser. Yeah, they want to get out from all the freeways and all that crap down there, and I don't blame them. They're flush with cash, a lot of these AI birds that are running around right now. SpaceX idiots. I'd be real nervous, SpaceX. It's one of the joys of getting older is you do what the hell you want to do. You drink when you want to drink, you smoke when you want to smoke, and you take care of business. When I went to Ireland, they have whiskey stores, and both are just all different whiskeys. Yeah. I mean, I used to drink Jameson, but then I latched on to bourbon, and I thought, shit, I really like this stuff. And I've had the gin and the tequilas and the the Canadian whiskeys and the American whiskeys, and the gins, vodkas. Proton Charles, Chrissy Everts. Oh, that's a shame. These people coming in down. Yeah. Oh, that's a shame. Chris Everett. I always like Chris Everett. Germans drink beer for breakfast. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, at lunchtime they'll drink beer and everything. They seem to be more responsible people. Like, they know their limits. Oh man, Jägermeister's just a total. I hate. Cover your ears, lady. Jägermeister's a total clusterfuck. Yeah, I'm sorry about Chris Everett. I always liked her. I always remember on the tennis court, she had great legs. Please hit the thumbs up button, guys. We're way behind on thumbs up tonight. If you're just coming in, if you've not liked up the stream, you'll notice once in a while our streams are going to be in the horizontal now. I'm doing some testing with some research on YouTube to see what's really going on behind the scenes. You need to drink Jaeger with whipped. I don't like the taste of Jaeger. I don't like Jaeger bombs. I just don't like the taste of it. It's too, yeah, I mean, that's why we got different tastes, right? If we all had the same thing, if there was only one beer, if Henry Ford was the only automaker, we'd still be in black, which would be perfectly fine by me. Black is so stately. There was a time, Jägermeister was hot for a minute. They made that movie about those guys that went to Las Vegas for the bachelor party, and they were doing Jaeger up on the roof of the hotel or whatever, the casino. I don't know what the hell they were doing. I can't remember what the hell the name of the movie was. They went there, I don't know, bachelor party or something. If you've ever been to Nashville, ooh, ooh, ooh. That was a funny movie. That was a good movie. I don't have the cherry brandy. I do like cognac. I do enjoy cognac. Only VSOP, the Courvoisier VSOP. That shit is the bee's knees, man. I went to more pubs than that in Scotland. I went to one pub with 64 all different whiskeys. That's, well, you're in whiskey land right there. Scotch whiskey, you got Jameson, you got what's the other big whiskey there? Bushmills, yeah, Bushmill. I mean, they dominate. Bushmills is good. I like Bushmills. I like a Guinness too. Yeah, the Johnny Walker goes all the way up to blue. I don't know how much more you really get. Could anybody really tell the difference? I don't know. I can't say Guinness. Oh, I love Guinness. Just one Guinness, one dark beer. I love a dark beer. Death and Taxes they have around town in this area. That's a good beer. It's creamy. It's nice, tasty. It's got a flourish to it. Yeah, once in a while a dark beer is it's like a treat. It's a porter, a stout, something like that. I'd never had a German dark beer. I've had Dortmunder Union. I walked by the store when I walked around Dublin one day. Which one, Bushmills or Jameson? Or then you go over to Scotland, you have all the big Scotch houses, Glenfiddich and Glenbadere. Shit, you start getting into some really expensive ass scotches that they stock down here are super, super expensive. Super expensive. Yeah, we're 70 degrees, man. Can you believe it? You have to run these restaurants with heaters outside. I went to the Jameson Distillery. That's cool. I really want to go on the Bourbon Trail in Kentucky, but a lot of these places aren't currently distilling. Yeah, everybody likes it full screen. We're going to be flipping back and forth, though, Trog. Because I'm doing a little bit of testing now. There may be absolutely no difference in the algorithm. Which difference is we're not getting the thumbs up that we used to get here. So please take a second. If you haven't liked up the stream, if you could please like it up, it would be appreciated. Yeah, the weather here is always fantastic until it's not. So please take a second to give a thumbs up here. We should do somewhere around 100, something like that. I tried to like the hard cider, John. I just couldn't do it. They have Golden State cider up here that's good. Applejack, I guess I could enjoy that. I can't do anything sweet in my liquor profile. About as sweet as I get is old-fashioned. Not quite gray, but that marine layer is coming in, Naomi. I'll tell you that, babe. It was like 55 degrees this morning. 55 degrees. Yeah, we had St. George's. We went to St. George's Distillery before I had the YouTube channel started. We went down there. We had a tasting. They were just starting to produce absinthe. They're big for their is it Kettle One? That's their claim to fame, was Kettle One. They were just, and they had, breaking and entering bourbon was their specialty, which was a good bourbon. I don't even know if they're still distilling St. George Distillery. They were on Alameda Island. I don't imagine too many people tour in Scotland. I don't know. Spencer has great food. How about the news for Turkey country? Yeah, I don't know. All of a sudden that's Trukiye, Turkey or whatever. I don't know. Shit, you turn around, you wake up one day and the whole world changed. I'm sorry, I'm still gonna call it Turkey. Oh, that's nice to go and see it. Sometimes a tour makes a hell of a lot of sense. That's such an intelligent way to first see a country, is to do the tour. That makes a shitload of sense to do that. Yeah, 12 days would be fantastic. You really get your money's worth because they're booking group rates and stuff. Elmer knew the wine I had, Clausenfelder or something, I can't remember. Made by some monks on some island in the middle of a lake or some kind of weird stuff. Is the perspective right here? Is it in the right position? When we go on vertical, things are reversed. When the tour started, we even in a different hotel. Brett, that can be a little challenging sometimes. I'm not a person that likes hotel hopping and crap. If it's interesting enough, you'll do it. But if you're over in Europe right now and you're touring, you are absolutely freaking miserable with this heat wave. Have the evening to do what we wanted in each city. That's cool. Yeah, I'd like to see pictures and shit. That's the kind of trip I'd like to see. I'm still calling, well, yeah, Burma, Turkey. I'm still going to call it Turkey. Oh, you cretin of the language. Oh, you miscreant. Oh, you savage. I guess you'll still use B, C, and A, D. Yeah, I guess I will. Oh, you dark savage. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I just call Burma the hunter. We would stop at a smaller city on the way from the town. We stayed overnight in. So so Brett, Brent, you would rate the food. You would rate the food as pretty good when you went along. Because one of my big rubs of London back in the day and the UK in general was the lousy food choices. I would go to Europe in the dead of winter. Monks are pretty, they make liquor, yeah. Yeah, they do a lot of bake stuff and too hot in the summer and the hotels rarely have AC. I would go to Europe in the dead of winter. I had some great food at pubs and restaurants. Yeah, that's interesting. Although the UK food scene improved dramatically. Meat and potatoes, no, I don't know. I guess they have a lot of lamb, mutton. The only place on the continent you appear to go to anymore. The only place on the continent you would appear to go to anymore is Bavaria. When I'll travel with you to Germany. Yeah, that's where a quarter of my ancestral roots are there, but that was out of Schleswig Holstein. My family emigrated out of Hamburg to Baltimore. Was a well-grooved route for immigrants to the U.S. from Germany. Really good Italian, all in the woman. The 2 cooks and the waitress were from Italy. That's the best way to get authentic. Love to go to Germany at Christmas time. The only time I would go to Europe would be in the absolute positive dead of winter. It's like Santa Claus threw up. How you doing, Edwin? What's going on? I want everybody freezing their ass off while I'm walking around Rome enjoying everything. A bitter cold wave swept across Europe today with temperatures plunging to levels not seen in 50 years. Good evening, everyone. Walter Cronkite in New York. It would make a hell of a stream, I guess. Anything would make a hell of a stream. Yeah, my daughter's going over to Vienna. And her aunt in Germany. That's the food was good, really good. Austria. I would like to go to Poland. Rothenburg. Yeah, they have all the Christmas festivals. I noticed though that they hold them in like November. There's very few things actually going on in um, around like Christmas week, 2 weeks there or whatever. My trip I went on. Well, send me the link to my. Remind me. Send me your channel link to my Gmail. I can make it like new at youtube.com. At gmail. I can make it like new at gmail.com. I'd love to see them. Gold Spike sold for 11 million and it was bought for 23.8 million in 2013. So there's stress in Vegas, Jim. Wonder Boy, what's his name? Tony Shea bought it for 23.8 million or something. You're taking big haircuts down there right now. And Gold Spike still has a gaming license attached to it. You don't have to go through all the regulatory bullshit. All you have to do is spend millions to re-outfit the floor with machines. I guarantee you the old cornholio and games and all that shit's going to be 86'd off the property within a year. Some Chinese couple bought it. You get some chickens. I didn't mean. Damn, Blue. Do you think I'll be offended because you told me to get a couple of chickens, dude? I've had people tell me to get chickens for 10 years. I got this damn rooster across the street that fires off all day long. I'd like to wring the neck of a little son of a bitch over there. They got the thing in an apartment house. Damn thing's running around the upper level of the apartment house. Like, what the hell? There's probably a couple goats up there too. It's a baby Bronco. Unlike the baby Bronco tries to look tough. You know, what's it got, the 3-cylinder in it or something? Well, I mean, people in my hood, nobody's, you know, you could have a mariachi, you could have a band roaring away all night. Nobody would call the cops. Nobody would give a shit. You know, I mean, it's like, whatever you do, you do. You know, this guy looks like he's gone to pick up food here. I'm betting this guy's going to be delivering food. Come on, your tips. I don't know. I don't like software as a service. I think Microsoft is in an all for it's shoveling money into the furnace right now, hoping against hope that there's something's going to catch fire in there. I don't see it. I see the most most colossal misapplication of capital since the late 1920s taking place right now. But though you can't unseat Microsoft, they have all the security clearances and trust and belief. Everything is doable in time and with money. So Microsoft. You saw Accenture just was, the old Arthur Anderson Accenture that used to be almost $400 a share in February 2025. It's $126 a share right now, with no sense of a bottom. Their pipeline of consulting is just absolutely drying up. They have 80,000 people sitting on the bench. The bench is like the timeout place where you're between projects and consulting gigs. And it used to be a leisure time on the bench. You just retrain yourself in other shit. Now they're frantic. If they don't find an assignment, they're out the door. How you doing, Kelly? They're out the door. So you got like 80,000 people on the bench right now. Companies aren't re-upping. They're like, we're exploring what AI is going to be about, dude. Just stay out of our way for a while. Last day of school. I'm quite sad. Now think of all the free time you have, Kelly. You can watch the U.S. and Turkey. And cheer on your Toronto Blue Jays. Wow, I don't like free time. I like routine. Why don't you write a book about your love experiences? Didn't you once say you like had a lesbian relationship? Or why don't you write a book about it or something? I might have you confused with soy. I think I have you confused with. Oh, Chicago's amazing. All right, Kelly, I got the wrong person. I'm sorry. I thought. Wow, don't shoot the, okay, man, I thought I had the wrong person for a minute. Somebody wrote me and shared me their whole, wow. Okay, so this person wasn't into the hot dog and beans. I don't know what to tell you. I get a lot of mail. I get so much email every day, Kelly. I get people asking me questions about videos from 2013, 2017, 14, 21. I got to go back and watch the video to figure out what the hell the person's even asking. That's it, Blue. I got the wrong person. How you doing today, Blue? You saw that, what was the Dow up, 450 points today or something? There's a little bit of brewing under the surface right now. I've been to Chicago. I had to stay over and over. I love the food the food scene in Chicago is worth the trip. Worth the trip. What a great city. I mean, I know it's got problems now. It's all kinds of... this is still hard for me. To come to grips that the Bears are moving to Indiana. No, you can't prop. People are looking for chance. People are looking for news, not to buy, but to sell now. You look at wind now. You let wind be your gauge of luxury, and people are starting to put the bookings for fall and winter are starting to come into view for Las Vegas now. Gave us a connecting flight back. I was really nonstop. Yeah, it's shit. You spend so much time in airports. That's why I'm so glad United, I can get a direct flight to between San Francisco and Newark if it's not taking down a light pole landing, or some incident happens on the tarmac. It's okay. Poor Slob's running along in his bread truck, and here comes the wheel of a United Airlines plane. Takes down, smashes the light pole down on his bread truck. What the hell, man? Newark is, I think I flew in there at nighttime, boy. Whoa, like what the hell? Oh yeah, you got to be. I mean, it's like if you want a cheap flight to New York, you're going to be hopping through Chicago or Denver. Hell yeah. Shit, I've had people go to LA from New York. They went all the way down to Atlanta, then flew up to Chicago, then to Denver, and then on to San Francisco to save $18 or something. If I started to take an interest in the World Cup, I'm not uninterested, Kelly, but I'm not interested enough to, I don't know. I thought they're moving to Hammond, Indiana. I mean, I'm looking at the standings and everything, but I don't know about knockout rounds and all this crap. I just can't get to a game that's a 0-0 tie, or I'm not going to leave the stadium unsatisfied. I don't know what the hell Elmer's talking about. I don't know how U.S. team is doing. What, the U.S. basketball team? What are we talking about? Honey, I'm starting to turn my attention to college football, babe, and they dropped Indiana way down. I know as soon as Fernando Mendoza went to the Raiders, that was it. And so administer the game for stoppage time. Yeah, remember, they won the championship and they dropped to like, I don't know, 79 in the power rankings. They're all flipping out in Indiana. They spotted one near my... said, hey, Sig, how you doing? My daughter was in Nashville. She's like, I want to move here. I said, they probably don't want another person. Right, they probably put up the did not welcome sign. She was taken by the friendliness, and you could have music every night. She went to every damn venue. Beautiful. No, I can't. Americans just can't. I mean, the Mexicans in my neighborhood, they're going nuts, but I don't see a lot of white folk around town that are really into it. Hey, Rosemary. I hope you guys are liking the horizontal format tonight. We're just doing a little testing. I know our thumbs up are way behind. If you haven't taken a second to please like the stream, it is appreciated. lot of people who have been asking me to open up X, to get over to X, to have a message, you know, to be able to message easily, and I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. They're all nuts here when Team USA was last Friday. Women field. Kelly, I told you, honey, if I come to Toronto, I definitely look you up. That's not an issue. I love to meet people. Let's go to a Blue Jays game. Let's go to a Leafs game. Yeah, I'm not a big texting person, though, Kelly. I'm not a texting kind of person. I'm like down and dirty communications, babe. GTTP. Put that into your brain. Get to the point. I don't need to hear about how the old mule died on the way to the mine, or we would have all been millionaires. It doesn't look any different. We're in widescreen. Are we not? Yeah, Venezuela. Always, you got to wait 48 hours for the real damage to come out from an earthquake. Brett, we had a big one right up the way here. 80 miles up the road in Willett. Shit was flying off the shelves in restaurants. It lasted, I don't know. It's going to be more than that, Brett. That was a twin earthquake. You know, what do you always order when you're in Vegas? Fried rice or something? I like to get the shrimp fried rice at the Bangkok. They treat me like family in there. The girl that works there loves me. I go in and order. She's all smiling and, you know, happy. I like to go to Binion's and get the barbecue. Can't beat it. Sorry. Get the chicken. Have it the next morning too. Can't beat it. Get the player card. Can't beat it, man. I don't care where you go around there. Other than that, get a couple Coney dogs. I want to do more food reviews, but I don't do them there. I get in a car with Mr. Z and we go and review a place. That was a great find, that barbecue, that Break Barbecue or whatever the hell it was called. Down in the shithole industrial area by the strip club. I can't remember what the hell it was called. It was good. So I'm going to be in LA first. My daughter and I are going to do some more for food reviews down there. I don't feel inclined to do another studio. You know, I can basically get into any studio I want down there. I just don't really care about it. You've been in one sound stage, you've been in them all. Plus all that sound stage stuff is going to be obsolete anyway. It's all going to be generated by AI, all those backgrounds. Show me a bedroom scene in New York City. Show me a cold water walk up in lower Manhattan. I saw 110. Oh, I can show you here in town. I can take you 800 feet right here at Stark Steakhouse. You can see your $120 ribeye. I look for value. I look for interesting stuff. We're going to go again. It's like somebody came in and said, what did they say? The best, chef said the best review you ever did, Rosie, was to go to the worst rated restaurant in Vegas. We're going to do that again. Summertime's the time to do that. You can't walk every night. It takes a hell of a lot out of you to do a 6-hour street stream in July in Vegas. But We're going to track down the worst restaurant again and go in there and check it out. Yeah, we're meeting my daughter again in for the food reviews. We're catching her between Nashville and flying over to Europe, so she's a big time go-getter, man. She's heading to Vienna and Germany. What college teams do I follow? Cal, Fresno State, Maryland, Michigan, Texas, Duke. I guess I have a 20 list of TCU, the SMU, Air Force, Colorado. I have a pretty select core. Syracuse, Florida State. Ask me, I have a different core, the ones you make money on and the ones you enjoy. Like, I like James Madison because no matter what they get dealt in the way of players, and the whole team went to the transfer portal, their coaching is so good, they always pull a rabbit out of their ass every year so you can make a fortune on the way they do that. Or Oregon they're good. I mean, I'm surprised Dan Landing hasn't gone to the pros, but he'd have to take a pay cut. When you got a good thing going at Oregon, you don't muck it up, right? He's a hell of a good coach. Always been jealous of the Oregon program on the West Coast. Stanford used to be great. Cal would have been playing for the Nationals championship if Fernando Mendoza had stuck around. But he went to Indiana. West Coast football just collapsed. Let's face it. Indiana's QB went on to the Raiders. And they would drop from number 1 last year all the way down to 79 in the preseason rankings. They're pissed off. They are pissed off. How you doing, Jessica? I'm feeling better, honey. It was a rough night last night, but I'm feeling pretty good now. They're madder than hell in Indiana. And I say, no, this is the value of a good quarterback. Sorry. But the good news is, you bet your ass I'm going to make some money on the Raiders. I will go hard for the Las Vegas Raiders this year. This kid's a magician. I'm going for them in this. Look, Kelly, you have teams that you like and you have teams. There's two piles. There's the analytic pile that says Rosie wants to make money betting sports. Then there's like teams I like because of sentimental reasons and whatever. I don't like the Raiders because of sentimental reasons. I like it for the fact that they're picking up a quarterback that's going to be terrifically underrated for probably 3 or 4 games, and then the money will be gone for it. You know, there's a value gap that's open right now. This kid is so good, but they're going to be terrifically underrating him in the beginning. I hope one day to be half the year in Vegas, in Nevada. He's going to be the starter. He's the franchise guy. He's got a beautiful stadium to play in. Oh, thank you, Jessica. You're kind, babe. No complaints from me. My point is the NFL is underestimating his value. I don't know who the hell the coach is. They've had so many damn coaches. No, I haven't seen the Bills' new stadium. But, you know, I'd love to spend, if I can get somebody on the Rancho, I will probably, because the economy will be cratering. Somebody will be there that's decent. But I'd spend half the year down there just to go to sports events. And I would go to hockey and baseball. They're talking about having a basketball team. It'd be like heaven. But the thing is, the town will be pretty blown out by that time. No, I don't know if Pete Carroll's back. Oh, yeah, he is. That's right. I wish we could have picked. No, I like this Jesse Minter for the Ravens. It's going to be interesting. They're the real wild card with their coaching. Are they going to have fourth quarter collapses anymore, Kelly? Because the Ravens would race out to these ridiculous 24, 28-7 leads, and then by the end, muck it up. Now they have these stellar cornerback and safety that got injured last year. They're not going to be injured at the start of this year. There won't be any more deep throws and crazy ass 50-yard passes and shit. I could have put my grandmother out there. She would have done a better job defending against the pass. Yeah, Vegas is going to be a fantastic sports town, but it's going to be corrupt too. The distance between a locker room and the betting window at MGM or Circa is pretty dangerous. You're going to have some shit. Pete Carroll was fired. I had no idea. I would be shocked if, I don't know, I wouldn't. That was a mistake. Firing Pete Carroll was a ridiculous move. You can't make filet mignon with chuck steak, sorry. I like coach of the when he can keep his stuff in his drawer. The coach of the New England Patriots is tremendous. The coach of the Rams is tremendous. I like Mike Tomlinson of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I would have been excited to see him come to Baltimore, but this Jesse Minter is a real defense guy. The coach of the Lions, I don't know what his name is, but he's got a good quarterback to work with. I mean, the quarterback is everything. The one who you wanted the Ravens to get, but he went to college. I'm trying to think of who the hell that was. You'll see what Harbaugh does for the New York Giants, John Harbaugh. They'll have a good team. They got a good quarterback up there. I can't think of the dude's name. He's a great quarterback. Hey, Inspecting Gadget, Clint Kubiak is the Raiders head coach. It's going to be a very interesting year. A lot of shit went on in the off season. A lot of stuff came down. With the wooden mallets on the bread in Detroit with men. This sounds okay. Yeah, Jackson Dart is a good quarterback. The quarterback for the Patriots is good. I mean, who in the hell expected the Patriots to be in the Super Bowl again without Tom Brady? That's a damn good coach, even though he had his, his girlfriend on the side or whatever the hell that was all about. We're having a little hot dog time. Okay. I can dig it, baby. I can dig it. I'll be interested in seeing if the Ravens can get Ravens have stellar wide receivers. I'll put Zay Flowers against anyone. They now have all-star defenders against the deep pass. They have a coach that's defensively oriented. There won't be any more fourth quarter collapses. And Kelly, you know what the hell I'm talking about, because we've had 2 years talking about that shit where I told you they don't have what it takes to put it over they're not equipped to put it over they should have been in 5 Super Bowls. 5 damn Super Bowls. I don't know what he's going to do, but he would kill the team with his calls. Kill it. Always go for the point. It's agonizing because you knew none of his decisions would ever go right. They'd blow the 2-point conversion. Oh man, I love Bo Nix. It's a shame he snapped his ankle. That's the weak thing about that boy. For such a big boy, he's got like the bones of a ballerina or something. I don't know what the story is. They better get that boy on some milk or some calcium or something. Whew. I nailed Bo Nix from day one. I don't know, Kelly. I don't want to degrade your San Diego or LA, whatever the hell, Chargers. I'm sorry, babe. No, I'll put Zay Flowers against any receiver. He is freaking brilliant. No, I don't like to hear that MVP stuff. Win a Super Bowl and then I'll think you're MVP. This guy's been, I don't know. If you ask me honestly, Kelly, I would rather see Huntley as the quarterback. Tyler Huntley knows how to win. He can take a beaten up ragtag team of shitty players and get you almost to the next round of the playoffs. There's just some people that I just don't believe are Super Bowl caliber quarterbacks, and I think Lamar Jackson is not a Super Bowl caliber quarterback. Maybe he will be under Jesse Minter, but there's no way the Ravens should have given up as many points as they did. When you give up that many points, that causes your quarterback to have to take chances that they shouldn't have to take. Jordan Love is good. Of course he's good. There's very few. The guy for Jacksonville, the Jaguars, this guy can be good at times and he can be horrendous at other times. I can't remember what the hell his name is for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Mr. Longhair Golden Boy. Yeah, the last Super Bowl. Well, you better throw it all out because a hell of a lot came into a hell of a lot of changes came. It's got like a whole new teams out here this year. You know, you'd figure Pittsburgh no longer has Mike Tomlinson. They're not going to roll over and just play dead. You know, what about that boy for Cincinnati, that prima donna, what's his name? He's always hurt. I can't remember who in the hell it is. What the hell's his name? He likes to model fur coats on the New York runways and stuff. Somehow I could never see Johnny Unitas doing that. Yeah, Burrows. Joe Burrow. Yeah. Golden Boy. Great, the back door's open. Oh, I guess the cats came in and whizzed all over. Oh boy. Yeah, once the season fires up, it's a lot of names you got to remember in football. That's the big issue. Right? You got all those teams, and everybody's always going somewhere, and it makes it a little hard to keep it all straight. Look at that widescreen tonight. Woo-wee. I hope Goliath didn't come in here and whiz all over everything. I guess the wind blew open the back door. All right, guys, I'll be back in a second. I got to whiz. It's nice to see the full screen again, isn't it? Look at that.
Program implementation plan, adding further environmental protections against onshore facilities supporting offshore oil and deep-sea mining and exploration. Shepard Kalantari Johnson, Santa Cruz Vice Mayor, announced the ordinances earlier this month.
We have a very long history in our city of standing up against offshore oil drilling, and today what's before us is to modernize and strengthen that commitment, extend our commitment to the new threat, which is deep-sea mining. So this ordinance, which Dr. Wise-West will touch on further, does three things. It updates our municipal code with clear definitions and updated science and data. It extends our existing voter approval requirement to cover deep-sea mining as well. And it explicitly prohibits onshore support facilities for deep-sea mining in our general industrial zones, the same way that we have been doing for offshore oil drilling.
The new county-wide ballot measure also seeks to create a more direct definition of onshore support facilities, and will require a majority vote of the electorate before any legislative action is made to authorize the development of onshore facilities. Santa Cruz has been a longtime leader in coastal conservation via Save Our Shores, a marine conservation nonprofit formed in the city in 1978. Save Our Shores established the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, prevented offshore oil drilling along the central coast of California, and banned single-use plastic bags in over 30 jurisdictions. Katie Thompson, Executive Director of Save Our Shores, spoke during public comment.
At a time when federal actions are weakening environmental safeguards and limiting local input, it is critical that cities use the tools available to protect their communities. By taking action now, Santa Cruz can again demonstrate what proactive coastal leadership looks like. Communities across California are watching how local governments respond to renewed offshore drilling and mining threats. And this ordinance provides a strong example of how cities can use local authority to protect their coastlines, economies, and residents.
I wouldn't count out Shedder Sanders either.
Catalyst for similar protections.
I wouldn't count him out.
More directly, the ordinances are in response to the Trump administration's proposals to sell us.
I saw a little bit of magic. Why in the hell is this thing on an angle? What the hell?
This plan also includes two areas along the Pacific,
There we
two
go.
of which are situated along the central coast. Federal officials
I saw a little bit of magic with this kid.
expedite seabed mining permits and
When last time you brought that down.
community members urged.
Oh, I don't know when that. I don't remember a restaurant that I broke into.
George Leonard.
We are at a moment in which I think our democracy is beginning to follow this. A perfect opportunity to manifest democracy in the way that I think we want it to be, by giving people the opportunity to let their voices be heard in terms of the future of their coast.
The ordinance was passed.
I've gone through a lot of doors that aren't locked.
California Coastal Commission.
I call it a security breach.
Voters are set to see this measure on the November 3rd ballot. Other jurisdictions across the state, including Capitola outside of Santa Cruz, have already expressed interest in creating similar ordinances to expand the state's Blue Wall, a network of coastal ordinances providing protection against oil drilling efforts. Reporting for KPFA News, I'm Caitlin Cliff.
Military attacks on a city of about 500,000 people have raised the international concerns that mass violence against civilians
You've got that perfect pitch. Don't need no tuning gear. It is a bitch. Do do do. I play my guitar for you. I have a Frida Kahlo. She's standing over there. What the hell? On her lips, she's got some hair. It's an interesting picture. Thank you, Goldie Con. All right. We're not going to play too much. We got tomorrow night, guys. Don't forget, we got shopping tomorrow night. Yeah, I don't know what restaurant that was 4 years ago. Long live InfoWar. I can't think of a restaurant that I broke into. I don't know. I've seen some places that used to be restaurants. You know, when I'd be on the road or whatever, I would see them. I think Mexico is going to be hard to beat in the World Cup myself. Aren't they the reigning champions or something? I'm not sure. Remember that World Cup where, hey, you see, remember when Germany embarrassed Brazil that game? That was crazy. They won like 8-1 or something.
Without facing any hurdles in getting enrolled in Medicaid. or
That was
Medicaid.
insane.
A lot of people who go to prison are uninsured or they're on Medicaid when they go in, even though they are eligible when they get out.
I don't know how Germany's doing. Germany usually has pretty good soccer, don't they?
Incarcerated individuals were uninsured compared to almost 5% of better incarcerated people without health insurance, according to the National Library data. This is Terry B. for Indiana News Service.
Bay Area weather this evening, mostly clear, becoming mostly cloudy, lows in the upper 50s. Mostly cloudy tomorrow morning, then becomes partly cloudy, highs in the upper 60s. In the Central Valley, mostly clear with lows in the mid 60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the high 70s.
What's going on today, Seal? I'm in the horizontal mode today,
Fog after 11 p.m.
but the chat doesn't stick on the screen. I don't know why.
Through mid-morning tomorrow before gradually clearing with
I
highs
need to do some adjusting on it.
That's it for the news tonight. I'm Scott Baba. Good evening.
Shimei, are you in school? Don't be pimping for other stuff here long. Nobody knows you here.
At KPFA, we get it. Life moves fast. That's why every headline, every deep dive,
You take your
every
bullshit
voice
elsewhere.
is waiting for you at kpfa.org. Head to the archives and catch the latest broadcast on your time. When time slips away, KPFA's got you. KPFA, vigilant as always.
It's like these guys show up with a name for the first time. They start to try to take command of the chat.
Trying to sell you anything. This is 94.1 KPFA, 89.3 KPFB in Berkeley, 88.1
Funny as hell.
in Fresno.
Let's have a half shot here.
Tell a friend.
We're almost out of Wolcott.
.org.
Yeah, see you later, InfoWar. Oh, go try a dumber channel.
Agent
Boing, boing. These guys try to come through and pimp up their own apps and stuff.
Community and cultural coverage, music and calendar, new visions and voices.
coming to you an Asian Pacific Islander point of view.
It's time to get on board the HIV.
Yeah, it got hot up there, didn't it, Seal? Man, we've been freezing our ass off here.
Welcome to Apex Express. I'm your host, Nico Lee, and tonight I'm so excited to talk to my lovely colleague, Dr.
I think it's like 69 degrees here right now. I think it was in the mid-50s this morning.
She was a professor of Asian Studies at UC Davis, and now runs
Crazy.
the Reimagination Lab. She has created a farm that is a collective action space, and she is really thinking about new ways to reimagine our world. I'm so excited for you to learn more about Dr. Robin. And you're going to get to hear from her new podcast, which is called Appropriately Spitting Fire, Dr. Robin.
Thing that, the thing that's crazy
Fire is this term for women
is what the hell's going on in Europe with the heat there. I think the heat wave's gonna break.
So much to tell.
Yeah, these guys come in, they don't know, you've never seen them before. They come in, they say, hey, how you doing? I'm gonna put your chat up on, they're only trying to pimp out this stupid
Welcome back,
social media
Dr.
platform
Robin,
they're trying to
to
launch.
Apex Express. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so happy to have you with us once again.
It's so obvious, it's ridiculous.
I've asked you this before, but sometimes things change in the amount of years we've spoken to each other. So I'm going to ask again, who are your people and what legacy do you carry with you?
You act like it's the first rodeo on social media or something.
Think about
Cheers.
folks of color broadly.
Seal, it's been real, was it hot up there?
To my people,
Did that heat wave break?
think about those of us who
Angus Kisses was saying it was like 95 or something.
also distinct histories of colonization, empire, war, violence, I think of all
No,
the
not too bad, but it was hot, wasn't it?
peoples who survived,
Bill Belichick.
fought back,
I don't know. He got all caught up with this chick in Carolina or whatever.
and the legacy I hope to leave is
I don't know.
on continuing to
These guys, you know, once you get abroad involved, it's like,
that
look at this guy in New England, the coach up there.
on our ancestors and continue to cause harm for us now.
He's hot tubbing somewhere. I don't know who in the hell it was.
Lessons on liberation and what it can.
These guys can't keep their mind on
So
football.
we can continue to not just again dismantle, but also build out the world we want. Speaking of lessons, you have a brand.
Football is a jealous mistress, boys. It's going to take a lot of attention.
To me about how this podcast came to be.
A lot of your attention.
Well, there are a couple of things I think that lead to the podcast. I've always wanted to do a podcast.
Hey, Ben.
I did college radio when I was an undergrad at UC Santa Barbara.
72 ain't bad.
For a show called War, Women in the Act of Resistance.
Oh, man, it's like,
Love to always say we declare
shit, man,
war.
France. Everybody's jumping in the rivers there.
I love doing college radio.
I don't know, man, that place is not equipped for,
I don't know if it was a joke, but compliment me.
and it's like the UK, they're not equipped for air conditioning.
I don't know how true that is. Very true. I've always had an interest in.
It's tough duty, man.
As a platform, I think in general,
I don't know if that's a preview of coming attractions. It's like the Sahara, this heat dome is forming over the Mediterranean. It's probably cooking all the fish there.
Podcast is, I think for me, really connected to.
So can you imagine how miserable it is?
I guess in very different
You
ways.
booked this trip to Rome and Florence and Athens, Paris. Oh, it's Bordeaux, Marseille, and it's going to be wonderful. And you're in there rubbing elbows with 10 million other tourists, and they're all sweaty and. Oh shit! Can you imagine how miserable it is?
To what used to be iTunes University. So in some ways that might have been like the first.
It's bad enough. It's hotter than hell, but now you got the peak tourist season. You got to deal with all these people, and every one of them's bitching and complaining. Oh, why don't these French have air conditioning here? It's a barbaric. I can't even get any ice in my drink. Oh, wow, Judy. Well, it shouldn't be that many. I mean, shit, you look young as hell. I mean, what the hell?
I didn't want to not have it circulate in the world, and so I've sort of tried to proceed in that way. I guess I see posting alongside YouTube videos and other long form, and even just more essays. There's a set of long form digital media that
How they in the UK without windows? I don't know, man.
Educator.
I just wonder if this shift is going to be long term. Yeah, I guess mine would be 50 years this year. Blue, you'll have to read my book that comes out, my memoir. You want that story? It's like Melody said, that's the one I want to read. I'm 90% done my memoir already. It took what, 2 weeks to knock it out? Flies, yeah, that heat wave is something else. So glad I'm out. They don't use AC, like not much ice either. Yeah, when I went in the 70s, mid 70s, there was no ice anywhere. They would serve a Coke at room temperature, just like the beer. Milk would be room temperature. Yeah, I got my memoir coming, Blue. Stand by, you won't be disappointed.
after some talk, and I was sort of drawn to that. I think
Hit that thumbs up button, everybody.
Asian American.
We're prepping tomorrow's Friday. You know what that means.
A little bit with these.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Pimlico Racetrack. The first race, a $10,000 claiming event, post time in 10 minutes.
Culture, I feel that there's a kind of tippedness.
Oh, it's the one that goes deep, man. That goes all the way back to childhood and all the way back to the 1964 World's Fair, man. Melody's like, that's the one I want to raise. You gotta love Melody. That's the one, yeah. It's like a juicy pot roast, right?
And that's even why I think I was really drawn to just not editing any of the content. You know,
Full store man, I think I want to know you're gonna see it. Me and my mother watched that video. You don't agree. Well done. I'm telling you what, Seal. I was surprised on the uptake of that. But I see it, brother. I've never seen levels of greed in my lifetime, and I've been through the Nifty 50 in the 1970s, the telecom collapse, 18% 30-year bonds. I've been through the dot-com bubble, the real estate bubble. I ain't never seen anything like what's going on right now in my life. Everybody's going to pay a price for this one. Everybody always thinks that things happen in isolation, just like in 2008 when the real estate went shitty. Oh, I don't have a house. I don't have to worry about it.
I've always loved it because it was actually a made-up name. It was a name that my great-great-grandfather claimed.
Let's hit that thumbs up.
Changing his name.
Reserve our copies. That's it. All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for me for a fun. I can't believe how I've been chewing the fat tonight. Tomorrow night is Friday. We got shopping to do. On the weekend, I'm going to be harvesting the peaches. We're going to be making a cobbler. We got a fun weekend coming up, and tomorrow, you know, guys, Friday's epic. We're going to be in a vertical mode. I'm just doing a little bit of experimenting here. Bear with me. I appreciate all of you, Ronnie, Shimei, Judy. Thank you for the wonderful work you do here. I appreciate you guys so much. I hope you enjoyed the horizontal mode today. Give me the thumbs up. Let me know in the comment section afterward. Thank you guys very much for being here tonight. Good to see everybody.